welcome to what is our 15th Greening Healthcare Annual Forum. As many of you know, Greening Healthcare came to be in 2004, led by Sunnybrook and West Park Hospital at the time, and has still since grown to be a national program with representation of hospitals from across the country and now in New York State as well. So we're kind of excited about that. The annual forum is one of our 2 in-person events we hold each year because we're so spread out now. Majority of our work is virtual, but twice a year we get together and talking to so many of you. This is where the real work gets done. So being together, having the breaks, being able to rub shoulders with peers, have those conversations between the sessions that would never happen otherwise. That's where we learn the most, and that's where the whole agenda that we're trying to drive around climate action in hospital facilities, that's where that really comes to life. This is also the best attended of the forums to date. We have over 150 people that will either be here in person or on the live feed, and we welcome that level of interest and attention. And as we speak, to begin the process, we wanted the title we chose very carefully. So climate action is self-evident. That's what Climate Challenge Network is. That's what Greening Healthcare does. But challenging times, and we want to acknowledge that what we're asking, what we're presenting, what we're talking about today is not easy. If it was easy, you would have done it already. So we can talk about challenging times in terms of the climate. Let's start with that. That's one of the big players in the room here. The forest fire season, as you probably know, in Canada was the 2nd worst on record. So the climate's not very happy with us right now. The hurricane season surprisingly didn't hit the United States this year. Nothing actually came ashore. They felt the tail end of some of that, but that doesn't make the people of Jamaica any happier. It was a tough time for Jamaica. In terms of typhoons on the other side of the world, once again, it wasn't a bad season, and whether that's a good thing or not, because these big events, they get people's attention, but it was the costliest ever for the Philippines. So they're working their way out from under the deaths and the destruction that was caused. So generally the sense this year has been hurricanes and typhoons have been more powerful, but not quite as frequent. But we know that next year is going to be different, and the year after that is going to be different, and generally going in the right direction. So the climate continues to challenge us. Excuse me. We also acknowledge for hospitals these tough times. Every hospital in this room and on the call is struggling with budget pressures. The old chestnuts of aging infrastructure haven't gone away. It's still the same way. The rapid change, the growth in demand, some of which is fueled by climate change, growth in demand for your services. These are difficult times where on top of everything you're already having to do, we're asking you to take climate action as well. So we're conscious that it's a big ask, and hopefully today we can share why we think it's absolutely essential. And for our industry friends in the room and our exhibitors around the room, we acknowledge these are times of tariffs and trade wars and uncertainty. These are difficult times for you. Thank you for being here to kind of share the thoughts and share your expertise and your products and the technology that are needed to make all of this work. So we talk about climate action, challenging times. It's not easy, but we will try to make the case that we don't have a plan B. If we don't deal with this, things are only going to get worse, and we'll work through that in just a moment. So, Greening Healthcare could not function without our sponsors, as I think all of you are in the room. So we have 5 equipment and product solutions providers that are part of the exhibitors as well as the sponsors. We've got today 3 contractors that are actually out there hands-on doing work, helping you make improvements. Among the exhibitors, we've got Smith and Anderson as the consultant, and we welcome BPA as a second one there. So we've got a great representation of companies with hearts in the right place and with skills and products and services that we all need to advance the agenda. So thanks to our sponsors. In a moment, we'll call out our exhibitors. They're around the room. Please make the time to talk to them. As always, every Climate Challenge Network event, we begin with the land acknowledgement. And we do acknowledge with respect the ancestral and unceded territory of the Inuit, Métis, First Nations people that we share these lands with. We're here in Toronto meeting on the traditional homes of the Huron-Wendat, the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, and the Mississaugas of the Credit River. And as many of you will know, that whole tract of land from the Toronto Islands all the way up to York Region and King is subject to Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit River. And we acknowledge the reconciliation efforts with our Indigenous people, and we truly hope that the work that we're all doing around the environmental progress is a meaningful contribution to our joint responsibility to take care of the environment as stewards of the environment. This is what drives us. So let me tell you what's to come. We have 5 key themes for the day that we've developed through our webinars, through conversations with many of you, which are the areas we think at the moment, this year, at this particular point in time, are the ones that best merit examination. As we said, this is not a workshop of presentations. This is a workshop of conversations. So every one of these areas we expect and hope to advance the agenda over the course of today. And we're looking to our panelists for their ideas, their insights, and the kind of synergies that come when they talk to each other. And when you take part, keep in mind that everybody in this room is a member of the panel. You've got your own ideas, your own thoughts, and as the panel discussions go on, we will be looking for shows of hands in terms of the thoughts and the ideas that you have to offer to the story. So, highly efficient new hospitals. You've heard that many times over the past 7 years. We're tracking the performance of new hospitals. The first main panel this morning is around what have we learned so far. This is an ongoing exercise. The federal government, Natural Resources Canada, is helping us with that work. And where are we at with the performance of either hospitals in the pipeline that are under development or hospitals that have opened since 2015 is our kind of demarcation point for what we're calling new hospitals. What have we learned about them? How can we improve them? How can we get them to be the best that they can be? The second part that everybody asks about is organizational alignment. I will tell you with great certainty, the most energy efficient hospitals in this room and across the country are the ones that are most aligned internally. So we're going to talk there about from the boardroom to the operating room to the boiler room. When everybody's on the same page, amazing things happen. When that alignment doesn't exist, progress is very limited. So a lot of today is going to be talking about how do we get our thinking together? How do we collaborate? How do we come together in different ways than we have in the past to deliver different outcomes? The afternoon, we'll revisit this at the beginning after lunch. But if we can get the new hospitals right, if we can get them right the first time, and with existing facilities, we can manage that energy transition from good old reliable steam, high carbon plants to heat pumps, heat recovery chillers, advanced heat recovery. If we can manage that transition, then we got it done, right? We got all the existing hospitals right. We got the new hospitals right. So getting the most out of existing facilities. My colleague Amandeep will be moderating that session. The fourth area we wanted to look at is regulations and finance. How do we fund this stuff? What are all the options that we have? And I'm really excited by the panel that's going to be talking about that. But also, what can we expect from a regulatory standpoint? What regulations are coming down the stream that we're going to have to deal with and that we should be future-proofing ourselves against? So, carrots and sticks. Finally, what we think is the great hope. We got to where we are in silos. We got to where we are because everybody does their own thing somewhat independently. We only get to a world of sustainability by finding new configurations, by bringing people together with different types of conversations. So if we want different outcomes, we got to do things differently. And our successful collaborations, we've just got 4 examples to share with you, but they're 4 of what we hope will be 50 collaborations coming up over the coming years, where all of you, industry, government, utility companies, hospitals, consulting engineers, will be working together in different sets to achieve specific climate reduction goals. So collaborations, we think, are the path of the future, and we'll be challenging you this afternoon to think about who could you be working with to really scale up different kinds of outcomes than we've seen before. So I mentioned the exhibitors. Here they all are. Please take the time to talk to them. Every one of these organizations we know well and is part of the solution. Every one of them has things to offer for every hospital in this room that can help them move the agenda forward. And in our experience, we all need help. We all need all the help we can get. We've got so much to accomplish. Take advantage of these good people. So that's, if you like, the opening. We're underway now. Let me talk a little bit more deeply about where we see climate change right now, where we see the roles of hospitals in that, where they fit into that big picture, and what our goals are for the day, what we're going to try to accomplish today, and welcome your thoughts on that. So we began by looking back. We've used this graphic, this cartoon, repeatedly over time. So this goes back to January 2021, and congratulations to the Hamilton Spectator at that time. This was well into the COVID crisis, but they were trying to remind us that that's not the only thing driving us at that stage. So you see there, COVID-19 that preoccupied us at the time. And the demands, the requirements, what government was asking us to do was wash our hands, wear masks. Social distancing became a thing. Who imagined that would be a thing? That we had to stay apart from each other. That was the preoccupation. What the Spectator, what this cartoonist anticipated then is the recession was coming, and it did. In March of 2000, the COVID recession hit. Every advanced economy in the world put major money in, incurred incredible levels of debt to keep the economies alive, to keep things floating. So the recession happened. But climate change was always the biggest wave of all coming through. And the best way that we know of characterizing climate change is COVID kind of came to an end. We still lose a few hundred people worldwide to COVID-19. There's threats that it might kind of reemerge, but pandemics come to an end. Wars are horrific, but eventually they come to an end. We need to absolutely keep in mind that the climate crisis is not going to come to an end. Our only choice is how bad we allow it to get. So, playing with just some of the numbers. COVID-19 took in total up to date 7.1 million people primarily over about a 3-year period. The deaths forecast for climate change primarily through extreme heat stroke, and cardiopulmonary disease, essentially bad air getting to us. We'll take twice that many lives by 2050. And while COVID-19 should have settled down, but maybe there's another pandemic coming. But following 2050, those numbers are only going to rise. So we're going to understand that this is a problem, a challenge of an order of magnitude bigger than even COVID-19. And COVID-19 is still raw in our minds. We remember it. We remember the fear. We remember the restrictions. We remember that. The economic damage is a similar order of magnitude. Again, what happened during COVID was breathtaking. How much money the government had to put in to keep businesses afloat, to keep organizations afloat, to keep economies afloat. The climate change is getting into the same order of magnitude. They're forecasting $12.5 trillion by 2050. And that doesn't count the energy transition, which is a direct product of COVID-19. So there are massive financial numbers involved. So we should be thinking of climate change in the same context as we thought about COVID-19, but like a COVID-19 that is with us to stay. This is a big deal. We are in trouble. So today is not just presentations and engagement. It's a call to action. It's every hospital in this room we'll talk about has a role to play. The efficiency of your hospital facilities is the primary driver of what we can contribute. This room can contribute to bending the curve in terms of greenhouse gas emissions reductions. The industry players in this room can realign your products and your services and your expertise to help hospitals set goals and meet realistic goals and play the role that you can play, because we're all in this together. We wanted to talk about children's health, which goes back to Dr. Ronnie Cohn, our keynote previously. I want to talk about Penny Ballum, who reminded us from British Columbia we're running out of time. And we want to talk about the greening healthcare, 3 words, which is, this is urgent. We have the opportunity to be leaders in this space, and we have a responsibility to our children, our grandchildren, to make that happen. So you see the link there. I refer you to Dr. Ronnie Cohn, the 2022 keynote he gave. And many of you were in that room, and there was not a dry eye in the room as he connected climate change directly to over 80% of children's diseases worldwide. Climate change is killing our children. That's his reality. And Dr. Cohn, again, if you've heard him, is a powerful presenter. The recording of that talk, I listen to it every year. The recording of that talk is on the Greening Healthcare website. Take a listen, because it keeps reminding me why we're doing this and why we just have to keep doing this. The following year, in 2023, we were honored to have Dr. Penny Ballum. You may recall the name. Penny was leading the British Columbia rollout of the vaccination program. She works very closely with the Premier at the time. And she referred to, and Penny was the Deputy Minister of Health in BC. She was the city manager of Vancouver. Penny, believe me, is not given to hyperbole, to drama, to overstatement. And she talked about the feeling of climate anxiety. That apparently is also a thing right now. Climate anxiety, she felt with that fire in the bottom left-hand corner there, which is Kelowna burning. That's her hometown. Suddenly it came home. Forest fires are no longer those things way up in the north that annoy us periodically with smoke and kill wildlife and totally disrupt our indigenous communities. Suddenly this is coming close to home, and we can imagine this. There's conversations now about when forest fires come to the ravines of Toronto. How are we going to react to it then? And we need to acknowledge, however bad it's been in the past, it is, getting worse. So those talks, those keynotes, the recordings are on our website. Take a look. And our messaging around this is the 3 key words. And, the messaging we want to leave today, and we're going to build on it a little bit before we bring in our keynote for this year and forward, which I'm massively looking forward to, is reinforcing climate change is the defining issue of our time. We're worried about affordability. We're worried about migration. There's lots of things happening around the world, many of which link directly back to climate change and which are going to continue to be aggravated as it works through. The healthcare sector is ripe in the front lines of climate change, both in terms of dealing with the fallout, the sickness, the illness, the premature deaths that are coming out of it, but also healthcare is a major emitter. We know this. And somebody reminded me, the do no harm. You guys know this, you're in the healthcare sector. Do no harm is where we begin. Right now, we're doing a lot of harm. It's as the numbers go, if healthcare sector worldwide was a country, it would be the 5th largest emitter in the world, the 5th largest. So we're doing a lot of harm. We can fix that and we can help ourselves respond to where we're going. We got to acknowledge as well, we're going in the wrong direction. It's COP30 just finished, still talking about targets for 2030 and 2040 and 2050. We're not on track to meet any of them. That's the big secret. So the Ontario government, it solved the fact we're not on track by cancelling the targets. So government's a bit flummoxed with this. They truly want to help. We need to help them understand what it takes to help. So we can't leave governments to solve this. They don't know how, they don't have the means, they don't have the tools. You do, we do. Collectively, we can do this. And the idea of it's a global issue. Every country in the world is affected, but it's a local action issue. Every single hospital has to take a hold of its own opportunity, its own potential, its own fair share of emissions reduction, and take ownership of delivering it by 2030, by 2040, by 2050. In terms of these targets, the 30 in the middle is important to us. If we don't make the goals of 2030, 2040 is close to unattainable and 2050 is impossible. And the idea of catastrophic consequences, again, we don't use hyperbole either. We don't like drama. We like solutions. But we should think a little bit about what catastrophe looks like. So we talked about human health. We talked about mortality. We talked about the economic disruption. All those things are real. And they're coming back. And again, they're going to accelerate over time. But you can draw the connections between these other things. Politicians want to talk about affordability now. But they love to blame the grocery chains for high food prices. How absurd is that? High food prices are coming because there's less and less arable land, because there's less and less water because of climate change. It's already driving your insurance premiums. You know this. Mine are up by 150% over 3 years, and I live on a 7th floor condominium. Affordability and equity is being driven by climate change. Extreme weather events, we should anticipate that smoke days are here to come. So do you remember all those portable filters, HEPA filters that we put into schools during COVID? They actually don't work that well with smoke, but it'll be a similar kind of investment. If we want to keep kids in school during smoke days, we're going to have to deal with that. Water scarcity and drought is the one that we should look at. We're seeing big rivers like the Nile, but like the Colorado River. They're drying up. What's that leading to in terms of loss of livelihoods locally in different parts of the world, especially the most vulnerable parts of the world? We're worried about migration right now, and we think by closing the borders we'll stop it. When half the world becomes uninhabitable, what do you think the people are going to do? You just say, geez, tough on us. We didn't luck out this time. They're going to move. And they're going to move north into Europe. They're going to move north into America. And we don't have enough soldiers to keep them out. So climate change is going to drive migration, and migration can be expected to drive strife within and between nations. Again, the big message here, and I know you know this because you wouldn't be taking time out to be here today otherwise, we are in trouble. The planet's in trouble. To some extent, we're sleepwalking in by dealing with the immediate concerns of the politicians, and we're in trouble in a way that we have to deal with it. It's local action. So, challenging times. Remember these 5 bullets as we go through the day. We're into a period of transformational change. The world 5 and 10 years from now will look profoundly different than it looks today. We need to be ready for that. The energy transition is on its way. We're moving from steam to heat pumps to heat recovery. All those things are happening. You guys are going to have to navigate that well within your lifetimes. So the energy transition is real. Electrification is coming. We should expect the political will to come and go and public anxiety to come and go. the worse the climate crisis gets, the more the anxiety will be, but economy and affordability are going to be there as well. The idea of David Stolte, I'm so happy you're here. What David said at the summer workshop in 2024 was, if this is a war, which it is, a war that we started with the environment, back in the Second World War, afterwards, kids would ask each other, what was your dad doing during the war? Or what was your mum doing during the war? And right now, when your kids and your grandkids ask the question, what were we doing during the war? This is a war. It's one we cannot win, but we can't afford to lose. So, David, thank you for that wisdom. I refer to it all the time. Our fair share. We want everybody to leave today with an idea of what their contribution could be. How much emissions reduction can you produce? Because some of you are bigger than others. Some of you are more energy intensive than others. You all have a number. We can give you that number. And that should be your goal for 2030. It's not all bad news. We have our success stories. We're just thrilled with what the best part of my year is these getting together with people that are making real progress and handing them their awards and telling them they need a bigger wall because they've got so many hanging up there already. This you can do. This is a good feeling. It should be the best feeling in the world. This is the winning feeling. So we have these to share. We have these to work from. So finally, the goals for today. And again, please write these down. Keep them in mind. We need to make this case convincingly enough that the individual commitment from every one of you, because everybody in this room has a part to play, whoever you are, and the collective commitment, that is greening healthcare or whatever collaborative you have in place, we can do this. We can make a real difference, and we have to get on with it. We have to make the time. We have to find the time. We have to find the partnerships. I want you to be aware of your benchmark rankings. If you're not sure, chat with Michael. If you're not a member of Greening Healthcare, give us your numbers. We'll run your numbers. We'll give you the report. If you are a member of Greening Healthcare, you already know what your target savings are. And those are achievable by 2030. That should be what your plan is saying. We want to hear from you. There's a lot of wisdom, a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge in this room and over the course of the day. Don't be shy, because the world can't afford you to be shy right now. Put your hand up, ask your question, make your comment. It'll all be part of the recording from this event. It's what we will use to plan next year and the year after for greening healthcare. We want you to take back specific takeaways, and we hope everybody will make the commitment to write something down on a piece of paper of everything you've heard today. What are you going to do Tuesday? That came up in the dinner that we had with some of the panelists last night. What's my Tuesday promise? What am I going to do differently on Tuesday? That's coming up tomorrow. Make that happen. And at the end, again, the great hope for us is collaborations. All of us working together in different constructs, different ways than we have in the past, to have better outcomes than we are achieving right now. These are our goals for the day. I'll revisit them at the end of the day before we have a reception, which we hope all of you will stay for, so you have a chance to, again, reflect on the day and talk about where we're going. So let me, if I may, first introduce David Angelo from Creative Energy. So David will be introducing our keynote today and forward. If you're not aware, Creative Energy is a district energy company. One of the collaborations, one of the solutions we see, and a really important one on a go-forward basis. District energy can do things at a scale we can't do individually. And hospitals are logical hearts, logical centers for district energy systems. Creative Energy has system development going on in Toronto. Mirvish Village has the North Oakville, looking to see how can we make connections between district energy and hospitals. David has a lot of work going on in BC and Vancouver. So always delighted, David, to have you involved in this work, and look forward to your introduction of our keynote and forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. As Ian mentioned, all across North America, the healthcare community is facing significant financial and legislative challenges. I don't need to tell you that, you're living it. One of the most pressing is the weakening of, I don't need that, but one of the most pressing is the weakening climate commitments by North American governments at all levels, particularly when it comes to greenhouse gas reductions targets. Today's speaker, Anne Ford, has demonstrated throughout her career that she not only understands the complex challenges hospitals face, she navigates them with exceptional skill and delivers results that are genuinely peerless. Anne's leadership achievements at William Osler, where she oversaw facilities operations, corporate capital development, and IT operations, just to name a few of her responsibilities, paved the way to her current role as president and CEO of Brightshores Health Systems. What you won't find written on Anne's resume is her strategic and methodical approach to goal setting combined with a collaborative, partnership-driven leadership style that consistently inspires progress and delivers meaningful outcomes. Like everyone in this room, Creative Energy shares a deep passion for carbon reduction. This is why we're committed to partnering with institutions like yours across North America to design, finance, and operate district energy systems that achieve net zero pathways while ensuring long-term operational cost predictability. So while it's an honor to hear this year's keynote speaker, it's truly a distinction to introduce Anne Ford.
So, thanks. Well, David, can you send that to my board chair? I think that would be really good for my annual review. Okay. Hang in there with me for a second. I got to get my notes set up here. So good morning, everyone, and thank you, Ian, for the opportunity to be speaking to you today. It is quite an honor for me to be here. And everything that you put up on the board here, I also want to talk a little bit about. It has been a journey, but today and the conversation is what we want to talk about today. It's not about my technical skill, because there's a few people in this room who know of my technical skill, and they would be going if I were to speak to that. So, but it's really more on it's a pull on my experiences over the last, I'll use the 25 years here that I've been in Canada as a healthcare leader across an academic medical center system, a very large community-based hospital system, and now in a rural hospital system, and the things that I've learned along the years and the things I'm trying to bring forward today. So I'm going to start with the question, it's 2050 and have we achieved net zero? Hearing what Ian just said, we're going to have some problems. And I was quite surprised reading the news at the COP30 session that fossil fuels were even taken out of the agreement. Okay, it was fascinating to hear that. But I believe that time goes by so fast. What are we going to do today to affect the future? And we'll be talking a little bit more about that with the past, the present, and the future. I think the sessions ahead of us today will help us consider the progress and the ongoing efforts required by each and every one of us, but also our organizations and also our partners, to reach the critical environmental milestones, emphasizing the importance on long-term vision and sustained action. I know a lot of times we have a vision, we have an action plan. We know in hospital management that not every action is going to come to be, but I think in this case, we need to be very specific and important about what actions we're going to take around climate and actually work hard to make those successful. So over the next 15 minutes or so, 20 minutes, I want to talk about how leadership is so important in the development of strategy. But again, as I just mentioned, the more important in the implementation of action. I thought about this quote from philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche, and it encourages us to think about how current decisions are shaped by both historical context and future aspirations, and was spot on for our conversations today. The future influences the present just as much as the past. So what are we going to do in the future? Where are we going to go? I think the infamous questions of who, what, where, when, and probably more importantly, how come to mind. Sustainability planning needs to answer all of those questions. Some may be more important than others, but we need to answer all those boxes and check all those boxes. And I think what we're doing today, and shout out to Ian and Greening Healthcare, over the years, you have helped us think differently. The conversations in this room will help us think differently. We need a path forward. So I'm going to start us off at UHN. When I came to Canada in 2000, I landed at Toronto Western Hospital, UHN. And we were in 2000 past the Bob Ray days. I only heard about the Bob Ray days. I read about it in the paper. I wasn't part of it, thank God. But we also had a number of hospitals closing through the Healthcare Restructuring Commission. And when I landed at Toronto Western, there was still the conversation about, is the Toronto Western going to close or is Doctors Hospital going to close? So anything associated with redevelopment, associated with operations had kind of slowed down because no one knew what the future was. But through, when I landed at UHN, I actually landed as the Director of Strategy and Strategic Development. So you may be thinking, well, what the heck does that have to do with facilities and support services operations? Well, about 2 months in, I actually was given the portfolio of support services and facilities operations at Toronto Western and worked very closely with the team at the General. We were one organization and at Princess Margaret. But each individual hospital had its own team and management of those areas. When I landed, UHN was in the midst of their Project 2003. And what that meant was major redevelopment at 2 of the sites. Princess Margaret was really more about some renovations, but 2 of the sites. At Toronto General, it was about the R. Fraser Elliott building, a new administrative building. It was about tearing down the Bell Wing and building what now is known as the Peter Monk Cardiac Center to build a new building and new inpatient care on the corner there of Girard and University. And it was about a complete renovation of the Norman Urquhart Wing, which was quite fascinating because the external walls stayed and everything else in the middle went away. And then at Toronto Western, it was a renovation of the West Wing. Again, complete renovation. The making of a new atrium between the West Wing and the main building, and then the building of a new East Wing. And we were just, when I left UHN, we were also talking about the research building, which we know has come into fruition. And I know some of my colleagues who work there at Toronto Western that are now with Stantec are now working on the new inpatient and surgical building. So I think there's about this much space left on that property. But my role in facilities planning, other than operational day-to-day, but in the planning of these capital projects, was more around clinical programming, clinical operations, sustainability and clinical. I didn't hear much about energy. I didn't hear much about building systems, even though I had that portfolio. We were moving along with general operations. LEAD was in play. We know 1999, baby steps. But again, I wasn't hearing anything really about that in those conversations. But I have to admit, and more importantly, I think as Ian mentioned, where were the clinicians in this conversation? We were talking more about how are you going to deliver surgery in this new surgical suite? Or how are the nurses, how many steps are the nurses taking to get to their patients more than we were? How are we going to actually manage the airflow in the new ORs? We were leaving that up to all of you engineers in the room, which actually did a fantastic job. But there was a champion, Ed Rubenstein. How many people know Ed? Ed was a champion. Ed started off with the green team and started that conversation, even on the most simplest things of he was the first person to put in the recycling bins across our organizations. Ed's passion, as we see here, is longstanding. he quickly moved UHN to a mandate of sustainability. And that sustainability mandate still exists today at UHN, as we know that they have been awarded with numerous awards. Ed shifted the culture. And I want to talk a little bit more about that as we go down. It wasn't just about Ed. It was about how were people talking about sustainability within the organization. So what did I learn in my time at University Health Network? Well, again, I mentioned we started talking more and more about energy savings, building systems. How do we start to operate differently? How do we design in all of these new buildings for the future? And we had help, like I said, all of our engineering teams, et cetera. But it was, I think, the beginning of the culture shift that had senior management and the board starting to talk about it. Talking about it, supporting efforts about it, and thinking about how we would move our daily work into that kind of sustainability environment. Next, I want to move, I'm not moving my slides at the same time here. I want to talk a little bit about William Osler. So I joined William Osler in the fall of 2011, and I was there for 12 years. I joined as the VP for Capital Development. So that was my first foray into Osler, but I also led facilities and support services. And Ian said, through the years, I also took on information technology, risk, legal, strategy, whole bunch of things. And so people ask me, well, how did you come out of the facility side into becoming a CEO? And I've had this conversation with Altaf Stationwalla, who was actually Osler before I left. It was around being able to bring in some of those other portfolios to balance out the views of the world. Osler's Brampton Civic, and I know Colin's here. Who's Colin? There he is. Osler's Brampton Civic was one of two first DBFM P3 projects in the province. The other one was in Ottawa. It opened in 2007. And when I landed, my role, and I think the role of the facilities team, was contract management. It was meeting KPIs. And interestingly enough, the DBFM project at Osler also includes support services. So it wasn't just the facility side. And the way that some of the KPIs were set up, interestingly enough, because it was part of support services, also included the pounds of laundry that were processed. So when you think about that with energy, you think, oh, that seems a bit strange. Eventually, we got it because the pounds of laundry that are being processed also goes into an energy usage. And laundry was taken off-site. But at the same time, in 2011, we were also working on two more redevelopment projects. One was the decommissioning of Peel Memorial Hospital at that time, and a brownfield development there. And the other one was some work at Etobicoke General with a new wing. The population growth in Brampton is one of the highest growing populations in the country. Outside, I think it's, BC, Surrey, BC. Surrey, BC and Brampton, same type of population. The two fastest growing cities have been for a number of years in Canada. So in 2011, LEED version 3 was in place. So we started talking a lot about what we were doing there. It was in use in all of our planning meetings. It was in use in any discussions that we had with our architects, with our engineers, et cetera. The Ministry of Health and IO teams had a recommendation, or not even a recommendation, requirement to meet LEED Silver. So we were looking at that, but we said, wait a minute, why don't we go for LEED Gold? It's a brownfield appeal. We can do some things. Even the way that the grade of the property helped us think a little bit differently. So we started looking at different forms of energy use. We talked about biofuels. We talked about geothermal. We talked about lots of things. And ultimately, we landed on geothermal as our preferred. That raised a lot of eyebrows. A lot of what I was doing at that time was talking to the Ministry of Health about how we needed them to fund it. It was a big expense. I always, in those conversations, the ministries said, too much of a risk, too much of a little bit of it, too far out there, we're not going to fund it. So after months and months, really, we convinced them. So the Ministry of Health actually did fund the geothermal bed as part of the construction component of the building, which really helped a lot. I also had to go to the board because this could have been a risk that the whole organization would have had to take on. What if it didn't work? We've just done all this work. We've spent money. And I think the biggest conversation with the board was education about how it can change things, but also, were you going to be able to give us the go ahead to actually spend the money if we couldn't? If the ministry's not going to pay for it, we believe we need to. So we got the board on board, so to speak, but the ministry came around and actually helped us in the end. That building opened in 2017. At the same time, we had another planning team working at Etobicoke General. And again, we were pushing the DBFM model again. We went back and forth a lot on the DBF because this was going to be a new wing addition to the existing building. How are we going to manage this? LEED 2013 version 3 update was in play. We continued to challenge this model, and eventually we did. We are servicing the new building through some services from the existing building. And I don't know, Eddie Camilleri is here today. Eddie, are we still working they're probably, 50-year now air handling units in the old building? They would fill this building. But what that did is it put, again, I think, a little bit of the culture shift, but allowed us to upgrade some of the systems in the existing building to manage the new wing. And we achieved LEED Gold again. And I think part of the success there, again, was thinking a little bit differently. But I think at William Osler, what did I learn there and what leadership did I need to take there? And I think the first thing, and we talked about this with people, hire the right people. Eddie is a great example. Now, Eddie came on right as we were opening, I think, Peel, 2017, has done incredible work to move that Peel program forward and across the whole organization. So Eddie was an N of one. I don't know if you have any more people now, Eddie, but an N of one that really helped at the Etobicoke project. And now I understand Osler's moving to the second phase of the Peel project with a new inpatient tower. And Eddie mentioned that they're also looking at Geo again. So think strategically about these projects and who you need to hire. And when I say who you need to hire, I'm also looking at, others around the room. It's the teams that we challenged in the RFP process to come forward with how can you help us make this happen. So our consultants, I'm looking for Peter and Ryan because we've worked with Blackstone. Osler's worked with Blackstone for many years around a lot of this. So it's not just your internal folks, it's also the external folks. You want them to meet your culture and what you're trying to do and maybe be a little bit bold to help you move things forward. Also important for leadership to keep asking the questions. What opportunities do we have? In those opportunities, how much risk can we take? What is the risk value of the organization? And from a leadership perspective, you may need to go backwards a little bit with your colleagues and other to say, okay, we're a hospital. We know we're a little bit more conservative and less risk aversive, but how do we move it forward? Advocating at the exec and the board levels. We were talking last night about how all of this change needs to really come from top down or be supported from top down. A lot of times it'll come up from the bottom, which is great, and then we stop because senior management doesn't support it. So as leads of projects, the leads of facilities, it's really about getting the ear of senior management, showing the benefits of what we're trying to do and move that forward. And then working very closely with internal partners. I'll talk a little bit more about this, but your clinicians. Again, we were talking last night around, anesthesia and all of that. Most of the people you work with in your hospital just want to know the lights come on. And when the lights don't come on or you have a power outage, all they want to know is how damn fast are you going to get this back up? And rightly so. I don't know how to do surgery. So I wouldn't expect them to understand how the chillers and the boilers and all of that are going to work. But it's general awareness. One of the other things that we did at Osler, which I thought was really great around trying to shift culture, is during Facilities Week, we actually set up a booth. We brought out a monitor and we showed people the BAS. People were fascinated. What is this? What are you doing? Oh, you mean you can control here in the same room than there? It really started to bring an awareness around what the facilities teams do. We were talking about this last night too. The facility teams are in the basement. I can guarantee you that I have colleagues today that have never been in the basement in the hospitals that we've worked in. Those people matter a lot. And so if you can get them on your side and help them understand, and I don't think John Marshman is in the building today, but John worked with the teams to help them recognize that what they do is helping people get better. That's all he said. I need you here to help me get people better. And it started to resonate. What they were doing does make a difference, and that's part of the culture shift also. So moving along, I'm probably a little bit behind here, but moving along, Brightshores Health System, where am I today? Brightshores Health System sits on 8,500 square kilometers. We're in a rural setting. We are in the Grey Bruce region of Ontario. We have the aging infrastructure like you talk about. Our oldest hospital is 71 years old. Our newest is 2 years old. Despite having lovely summers, I don't know how many of you go up the peninsula to go to Tobermory and all of that. We had one hell of a winter last year. It was snowing at least 10 to 15 centimeters a day for weeks. Saugeen, which is not too far from our Wyerton site, Saugeen posted a photo. They had their sign up at Savo Beach. I don't know how, it's 15 feet above the ground. The snow was above it. That's how much snow we got. So climate change for us is warming, but it's also these extreme weather events. And we're hearing that we might actually have a problem again this year. But one of the other things that I've come to realize is the variable availability of utilities and services to our hospitals. At our Lions Head Hospital, which is the one up there, it's about 35 minutes south of Tobermory, which is almost on the tip there. We can't use anything but fuel oil because we have no other services. Cellular service is spotty, and no wastewater. We work off a septic tank. So that's how rural we are. So it's almost like for those of you who are working northern and remote hospitals, we talked about Red Deer yesterday. That's what we're up against. Places like Owen Sound, it's a small city. We have all the services. I live just 20 kilometers southeast of Owen Sound. They just pulled 5G cable in the last 6 months. So there's areas, and there's a whole thing around that, but there's areas where you cannot get service still. So lots going on there. As I mentioned, we have 6 hospitals. You see them there. It's anywhere between 35 to 45 minutes between each, but if you were to drive from Lions Head to Markdale, it's almost probably 90 minutes plus. This impedes our ability to provide care because of the distances. We do have a wellness and recovery center. We renovated an old school, which is an addictions and mental health area, just recently. So we are managing 7 sites. I mentioned this morning, we get $2 million a year in HERF funding for 6 sites. We got $2 million a year at Osler for 1 site. So the funding is a problem for us. We are proud, although it costs us a lot of money, to operate 24/7 at all of our EDs. We have EDs at every site. And one of the other issues that comes in our play is that our catchment area is 185,000 residents, but that area sees over 2.5 million summer visitors who all hit our EDs. Strategic priorities, I'm only going to mention 2 today: intentional partnerships and innovation and systems leadership. My role now is to really talk about partnerships, finding the right partnerships, talking about innovation, talking about systems leadership. I think we have an opportunity in this system to make some change and become a leader in rural healthcare in terms of how we're doing sustainability. But we have to start talking about it. So what have we done? The basics. Capital renewal projects. I mentioned HERF. We also have had an opportunity over the past couple of years. Before I even got there, we had a little bit of cash. So we have spent some money upgrading some of the systems. At our Meaford site, we have to replace 11 air handler units. We've replaced 3. So we do need some work to do. We submitted a capital redevelopment master planning document to the Ministry of Health in May of this year. We have 3 major projects we want to do. One is the Lions Head Hospital I talked about. Another one is in Meaford, and then on the Owen Sound site. We're hoping that we can get all 3. From a financial point of view, it's like building one of our major hospitals we're building today. Actually, it's quite less than Trillium. Oop, did I just say that? And then from an operations and maintenance point of view, Mike Irwin is part of our facilities group. He's doing a fantastic job with what he can do. We are really we've done a lot of audits. Lighting, we've changed out a lot of our lighting. We've done some energy audits. We did join Greening Healthcare. We're not doing too bad. We do know what our savings are. It's not in the millions of dollars, but it's in the hundred thousands of dollars. And for us as a rural center, we talked about financials right now. It's going to be very, very interesting. But I think the biggest thing for me as a CEO and again as a leader is to start to shift our culture towards sustainability. When I think about my time at Osler and UHN, we are just getting started. That's why I say I think we have some opportunities. It probably will come at our Owen Sound site and some of our other bigger sites, but we do have some opportunity. I need to start the conversations with our board. We talk about sustaining, and when I got there, we talked about what's the sustainability of our system. And quite frankly, I was talking about what's the operational sustainability of our systems to stay open. I need to now broaden that to what's our sustainability opportunities for energy. I was doing some reading to prepare for this, and we're in a rural area. I drive by multiple farms on my way to work. And I know through the ag up there, and actually our MPP now is a dairy farmer himself. I'm trying to educate him on healthcare. But they are talking a lot about what is sustainable farming. How do we get the right ingredients back into the ground to take in the carbon? How do we stop using fertilizers with so much nitrogen in them so that's not up into the atmosphere? We do have problems with COPD, chronic pulmonary disorders. We do have problems with congestive heart failure. A lot of those 2 diseases come from farming, the dust, the fertilizers, the stuff in the air. So the ag business up in our area is talking about more sustainable farming and what we might be able to do about it. So what are the challenges going forward? I think Ian talked about the first 3. Geopolitical. What's going to happen in the next year, Lord? Funding and investment. We already know we've got high inflation. Governments are trying to figure out here, even in Canada, we're spending a lot of money because of tariffs. And how are we going to do that? How are we going to maintain that? And then, of course, the climate change impacts. I want to talk to you a little bit more about the bottom 4 there. Hospital and healthcare challenges. Everyone in this room that works in a hospital, even if you don't work in the hospital, you work with hospitals, you would have heard. Resourcing is tough. And I have it here as health and human resources because it's not just our clinicians. We're having a hard time finding people in facilities ops. We have a lot of managers and directors who are new into their careers and very green. So they're trying to learn about what they're doing in their jobs, let alone trying to figure out how we manage sustainability. Physician resources. I spend $25 million a year paying doctors to come staff our EDs. It's premiums. They're called locums. We can't do that anymore. And then systems pressures and service demand. Just the number of people, the chronic, the age population of the peninsula for us. The average age of the peninsula is 65. There aren't a lot of little kids up the peninsula. It's driving a lot of chronic disease, more and more people coming in. How do we manage the demand, as you said, Ian, the demand with the financials that are going to take this and move forward? So I'm going to ask you to think about three things: return on investment, return on engagement, and return on the future. We all know about return on investment. How much money are we putting in? What can we get out of it? It's a money issue. It's a funding issue. We all know what that is. It's easy to measure. It's easy to follow. Return on engagement is not so easy to measure. Return on engagement is about buy-in and culture. It's about assessing the value of investing in our employees, linking their productivity, innovation, and retention to our overall business success and our business performance. That one is culture. That's hard to shift. But I told the story last night. I'm talking to my vice president of digital, who's our CIO, who doesn't shut off his computer nor his monitors at night. Big monitor. How many other people in our organization aren't shutting off their computers? Plug load. Culture shift. And then the last one is a little bit newer. I don't know if you've heard about it, return on the future. In some ways, it's really associated more with IT infrastructure. But that is not about investment in the sense of a dollar. That's about what will the technology support in the future? How do we better our environment and our organizational readiness for the equipment that we're putting in? It's about the future positioning to be able to respond to shifts and disruption. It's really about the readiness of our organizations to be able to move into the future. How ready are we going to be for those climate shifts? That's what a return on the future is. So that's where we start having the conversations that we're going to upgrade equipment. What does this mean for us? Not in the, okay, we'll get a return on investment. What does this mean for us in 10 years? 20 years? How much maintenance are we going to have to put into this in the first 5, the next 10? How long will it last? That's about return on the future, asking those questions. So I'm going to come to a close here with another quote. This one from Mahathir Ben Mohammed on the importance of foresight, learning, and understanding future needs. I challenge all of us to look at 2030, 2040, 2050, and envision what we can do and take action to make a difference in our organizations and in our communities. I think for me, that's going to mean a lot of partnerships going forward, because I know that we will be followers. We're not going to be on the bleeding edge here. We don't have the size of corporation we can do that. We will be followers, so it's going to take some partnership. So thank you very much for your attention. I really appreciate it. Ian, thank you.
And thank you so much. We charged them with setting the stage for the day, as providing context, because all of you work for an Anne. I work for an Anne. You know, we all have the expectations of those above us, and sometimes it's not that clear. So you've covered all the ground I could hope for, and is happily going to be with us through the break and through the lunch period today. I know you'll have a chance to run into her. You'll have questions for her to run through. What can I say but thank you?
Thank you.
We're good to go for the rest of the day. So let's go on to the last session before our break. So my colleague Amadit says it's a number of times. If we can't get the new ones right, what hope do we have? So we're spending $500 million, $1 billion on new hospitals. We have some shining examples, by the way, and refer to Peel Memorial, which is the lowest carbon intensity hospital that we have in our database for hospitals of that type. So great job with that. The geothermal is doing its work, and you understand it's not necessarily doing all it could do yet, that these things are an ongoing work in progress. But let's talk about new hospitals, and I wanted to set the stage for this. If I could ask our panelists for the new hospitals, David and colleagues, could you come up and join us on here? And by the way, Michael, where are you, Mike? Do we have any portable mics, or just have two of them? Great. Okay. So now we're into panel discussions, and your views absolutely count. We need to hear from you over the course of the day. We'll take careful notes. And Michael's got an assistant this time. Carolyn is going to be sharing the work. So I'm guessing, Carolyn, he's asked you to do the long distance ones, right? So that works. But when you got a comment to make, please raise your hand. Be as concise as you can, but ask your question. Get on the record. We wanted to start this conversation and get everybody's kind of creative juices flowing by sharing the presentation Amandeep and I made down in Columbus, Ohio this year to the ASHI conference, which is a summary. So there's a summary of that conversation here, and a lot of this is coming out of the work that Amandeep's team is doing nationally with Natural Resources Canada, looking at the actual performance of new hospitals all over Canada. So there's really good data here, and this is informing where we're going from here. So you saw the provocative title. If any of you have submitted abstracts to ASHI, you need to make the titles provocative. So this one got their attention. We actually had another really interesting one that they didn't buy because he didn't have a good enough title for it. But why are so many hospitals, or so many new hospitals, so energy inefficient? And all of you who are consultants and contractors in the room, we should hang our heads a little bit here. Like, we should do better, but it's not just design. So let's quickly run through. So we talked in Columbus about getting it right the first time, about what new hospital performance looks like and what kind of targets should be in place. We showed this grading of benchmark performance, and you probably can't see on the left-hand side there's C's and A's alongside each hospital. Every horizontal line here is a hospital. The C's and A's, where C is continuing care. So there are mental health facilities there. There are different types. The top two acute care hospitals are Humber River and Cortalucci Vaughan, and congratulations. And we'll touch on that in just a moment. These are world-class. We've yet to find anywhere in North America or Europe. We've got data from the National Health Service. We're going to get data, I understand, from Germany and other locations. So looking forward to finding better ones. But right now, credit to Canada, credit to Ontario, credit to Infrastructure Ontario. These are the most energy efficient major acute care hospitals that we can find in the world. We talked about the metrics. Glenn and I were chatting last night about, we started with P3 hospitals with no modeling. Then we went to what we regard as the Wild West of modeling, where The modelers would put inputs in and come out with numbers, and we've got really efficient hospitals that are in pain share, and we've got really inefficient hospitals that are in gain share right now. Like, it's not the way it was intended. These are the metrics that now get us to the third stage, which is empirically calibrated modeling. And all of you who are in that business, in this room, these are metrics you should at least use as a starting point. The hospitals with new hospitals. For interest, how many of you in this room are involved in the performance of new hospitals, either in the pipeline or that have opened in the last 10 years? Yeah. Okay, so there's a bunch of you, so that's good. These are metrics you can use. These are based on the best of what we found so far. So we can calibrate models going forward. We talked about the Cortellucci-Vaughan story pretty much as we presented it in 2024 at the Summer Greening Healthcare Workshop at Cortellucci-Vaughan. We looked at the hospitals that didn't work out so well, because I said, what can we learn from those? The three that we looked at are in the bottom part of that chart. So if we look at those good standard practices, those good targets, those good metrics, you can see the green hospitals at the top there, they're already pretty close. The yellow ones are in the middle. We picked those three at the bottom. And you can look at the energy intensity. They're using twice as much energy as they should. And you can see on the right-hand side what that's costing us in terms of emissions and utility budgets. It's hundreds of thousands and in some cases millions of dollars a year. We can't afford this. I mean, this is just unaffordable, unacceptable. And what, again, Amandeep's team did a great job with was for each of those three going through what went right. And all three hospitals had most of the design criteria that we would expect to see, or we do see, in the high-performing hospitals. And you can see that we're not going to go elaborate. More importantly, what went wrong? So there were mistakes made in design that, talking after the fact with the hospital, they wish had been done differently, and talking in most cases to the engineers as well, wish had done differently. Operating temperatures really matter. You can make systems so complex that nobody can run them. In this case, there was a geothermal loop that was installed, a horizontal loop under a black asphalt parking lot. In theory, it made sense. In practice, it was inoperable. But during construction, during commissioning, during operations, and the biggest single factor, I'm not going to ask anybody, the biggest single factor contributing to their positioning on the ranking was that every HVAC system ran 24/7. Scheduling of HVAC systems is the number one issue. If every hospital in this room by 2030 was able to schedule their HVAC systems off when there's nobody there, we would get halfway to the targets we've set. Everything else only contributes the other half. This is such a big deal. So the big difference, you got to switch things off when you don't need them, and you got to design that way. So we'll leave this up over the course of the conversation. But coming out of all this research, we've come up with a hypothesis in terms of what a better development process could look like, and begins with planning and design. As you can imagine, procurement's a big issue. Commissioning is a huge issue, and I know we're going to hear from Glenn on that one. And from Colin on that one. And facility management, the ongoing operation is such a big deal. So let me introduce our panel. I mentioned David earlier, our host at Cortellucci-Vaughan, Vice President of Mackenzie Health. Welcome, David. Glenn Griffiths, who came to the other side of Infrastructure Ontario now from his role getting Providence Health in Kingston working efficiently, with Colin Flock from Elliston Facility Services, and welcome Vivian from Holton Healthcare, who have 2 P3 hospitals operational right now. And let me begin with the questions, and again, invite everybody, raise your hand if you have a question that's supplementary. And I've already invited the panelists. If you've got questions of each other, those for me are always the most interesting ones. So feel free to. So from here on in, we're not quite clear where the discussion would go, but we will learn a lot. David, let me start with you. And you are directly responsible for what we just announced as the co-equal, most energy efficient hospital in the world until somebody comes up with a better one. If you were to pick 2 or 3 critical success factors that made the difference there, and I know you referred to the respectful project team, I'd love for you to kind of give us a definition of what that means.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks for having me back. It really is.
You did such a good job. We couldn't escape.
This might be the last time you invite me, though. But there are a few people from Mackenzie Health in the audience. So, and many in this room participated on this project and probably had a bigger impact on the project than I had. But thinking about this question a lot, what went right, and that slide that you showed previously with those 4 factors definitely played in. So I was preparing for this, and then I was humbled when I asked just an AI question about what makes Cortellucci Vaughan Hospital an energy, efficient hospital, and the answer that it gave was much better than I had actually come up with. So I tried a little bit harder. I spoke to a lot of people. I spoke to people on our redevelopment team, our facilities team. I spoke with the lead from PCL. I spoke with our FM provider from JCI, and came up with a few different themes, more along the people dimension, as Anne referred to previously. There's the 5 W's, but then there's the how. And I really think that the how is, the biggest part of our story. And the how, you can't get that by going through AI and just, finding out the case study of the project. So the first thing I would say is high performing teams. I would definitely say that both on the Project Host side and on the Mackenzie Health side, and all the internal teams, and then by extension, the related teams were high performing teams. Just for example, the Project Co team had much experience together, even so. Sorry, I can talk about PPL here, but had worked together with many of the, with each other and with their various subs and trades. They had a form of cohesion and integration that you just don't get by slapping a group of people together for the first time. They've been through many projects together, at least 5 DBFMs, and probably by extension more projects than that. They had probably worked out their kinks from the early days and were a very experienced and high-performing team. I would say that the hospital, with its PDC, we had been through development of output specs and, kind of grew together as a cohesive team. And then bringing together those groups of teams in a collaborative spirit, the word respectful or collaborative, I think it brought out the best in all parties. Their voices were welcomed at the table versus sort of pushed away. And in reflecting back on energy and sustainability throughout the process of the project, no one can remember a single instance of drama associated with that. It was people working together, the right processes, structures, and working environment to bring out the best in people. In fact,
David, could I ask, what was the time frame of this process?
It would probably be from the open RFP, which would have been 2016, right through to opening, like substantial completion in 2020, opening in 2021, and it continues. Especially as it relates to the FM side of the equation, that continues to this day. So we're approaching 10 years.
Yeah,
approaching 10 years. So I spoke to that. And another piece is, I'd say upstream, having that upstream mentality, and it's big in healthcare because health prevention and promotion is such a big factor in eventual outcomes. Same thing holds here. So commissioning, I know others can speak to commissioning better than I can, but the investments that both on the Project Co side made in commissioning and on our side with extra commissioning, extra sets of eyes, understanding what the owner requirements are, witnessing commissioning early and often was helpful, but it wouldn't have been helpful if it was viewed as a get out of our space type of situation. So we had carried over some other aspects of the project into that were similar in nature to that, like deficiency reviews, doing those early and often. So that upstream prevention was very helpful as well. So that set the stage. We did have a couple of other fun facts that you won't find on the AI answer. People may know that the location of Corlucci Von Hospital, it's directly across the street from Canada's Wonderland.
Mm-hmm.
And the north part of Wonderland has the biggest roller coaster in Canada and also a very loud roller coaster. So we had pretty stringent acoustic requirements. That translated into an acoustic glazing on the windows on the east, south, and the west sides of the building. All and the properties of that glazing is similar to energy efficiency, so similar to dynamic glass at a fraction of the cost. So sort of happy coincidence that the concerns about the noise from Wonderland did contribute to some design decisions and technology decisions that help from a sustainability point of view. And one other thing from a organizational point of view, and Anne was really hitting on some of these things around culture change, is that, we're really stoked by having that result of being, 1 or 2 with Humber there. And that's been a catalyst for the culture change in the organization to make sustainability a bigger priority than it otherwise would be. So sometimes having a burning platform of poor performance can be the burning platform. In this case, being number 1 or 2 is the burning platform to raise the bar in all aspects of sustainability across the organization. So whether it's, procurement, whether it's waste management, whether it's food services, that's really helped to, just change the outlook on that.
Yeah, recognition helps, doesn't it?
Yeah.
People work so darn hard that just a good job is always worthwhile. Yeah. And it sounds like the roller coaster. We always were amused by the fact it sounds like the development process wasn't the roller coaster. It was just the sound attenuation, which is, and congratulations for that, because there's a lot of tension. Glenn, let's move to you. There's an evolution we see happening from a predominance of DBFM in these projects to seeming an interest in DBF. Where's that coming from, and how are you feeling about that? We're a little anxious.
So being relatively new to Infrastructure Ontario, I won't attempt to give you a formal position on this, other than to say, first off, that I have a huge personal bias in favor of DBFMs, and to note that our CEO at the C2P3 conference also indicated that Infrastructure Ontario's intent is to move back toward DBFM projects where possible. Reason for that, as a rule, is you tend to get a better result and a longer lasting asset out of a DBFM contract than you do out of a DBF. In part because you've got your FM team integrated earlier in the process and looking at the long-term impact of equipment selection and placement and design, and working toward that 30-year term as a starting point, rather than looking as far as construction and then handing it over. So the intent in the long term is to try and shift back toward DBFM so that we can take advantage of that private sector knowledge and everything that the project co's bring with them, given that they have the opportunity to manage more of these facilities than an individual hospital, so that you can bring more shared expertise to the project.
And going back to your former life just for a moment, like these new plants, and you touched upon this, that it's hard to get good resources. A lot of experienced people are retiring, and God bless some of them. They're also part of the resistance to where we're going. But the plants that you've been responsible for looking at, heat recovery chillers, merged in with condensing boilers, merged in, the steam comes on sometimes, merged in with all of that. These are pretty, compared to the old world, these are pretty complicated plants.
Oh, absolutely.
To run. So you need specialized expertise, I would suspect. Can you just give a sense of how tough it is managing those things and what JCI has learned over time? when you were there anyway.
Fair. Yeah. JCI has certainly learned a lot about the operation of heat recovery plants and how to keep the heat recovery element as the focus of the plant operation, so that you're effectively managing as much of the load as possible on that heat recovery, and then supplementing with heating and cooling when you're outside of the operational window for that. But to your point in the question, there's a bit of a skills gap that is lessened in DBFM projects, where in many DBFs, you'll find that the plant staff come over from an old building and don't necessarily have the skill set to operate a new high performance plant coming right out of the gate. So this is one of the drivers for poor energy performance, which we were speaking about earlier in new healthcare facilities. So,
and it's one of the aspects of the energy transition. So every hospital in this room, if you're going to stay with the facility you have right now, you're all going to have the same equipment that Glenn has learned, in many cases, the painful way, I'm guessing. How do you orchestrate that stuff? Like, there's not just switching the steam on and pressure reducing valves and everything's fine. This is much more complex, much heavier on the building automation. So at that point, with that experience in mind, and I'm going to go on to Colin in just a moment on this, are there any questions from the floor about what that looks like? What is this new technology, decarbonization? What does that look like? And what are you going to be facing when you have it in your hospital and you have to run it? Are there any kind of comments, questions that want to come from the floor? Yes? Hyman? You do now.
As a adopter of a new heat recovery chiller and electric steam boiler at my largest hospital in the last 12 months, an aged operating crew, if you will, tenured, some of them approaching 80 years old. It's an opportunity for education, to get their buy-in, and to ensure the systems work and that the operators understand how the systems work. They're very intelligent individuals, and the opportunity to adopt new technologies is something that my team has been eager and interested in. I think starting early with that education about why we're doing what we're doing, the decarbonization initiatives, electrification, steam is steam. Where it comes from is what you need to provide that education and that opportunity on, and give them an opportunity to learn and grow and learn these new technologies. Whether you're building a new hospital with a heat recovery chiller and asking tenured operators to manage it, or doing a retrofit project in an aged building, the technology ends up being the same. So I feel like it just starts from day one. Bring them into the fold, the operators into the fold early enough, so that there's an understanding of the initiatives, the technologies, and the programs. And you end up with a team that is capable of operating and maintaining the equipment. And whether that's a new building or an existing building, the end result ends up being the same.
That is interesting, Matt. Let me pick on that a little bit.
Please.
People, it's in human nature to resist change. Like, we like routine. We like to be able to do what we do, be good at it. How did you create that environment that your team, it sounds like all of them, and some of them older folks, how did you create that situation where they were looking forward to this as opposed to pushing back?
Well, I explained the pressures on the organization at the time. I was looking at a 2030 carbon tax bill of over $1.5 million.
Okay.
So presenting them with an opportunity for sustainability and looking at operational costs, where there are other things that they wanted to achieve with the building and what they thought was possible. And I said, well, that's not going to be possible in 5 years because we won't be able to afford it. This is our opportunity to save our money here and repurpose it over here and bring them into the fold as early as possible. When you have a building operator that's been in the chair for 55 years, they are invested emotionally, they are invested intellectually, and they have a real purpose for building operations. And I've got team members that have been there for 1 year that are learning from that individual. So the buy-in of the full team was critical from day one. And we ensured that they were part of the planning process. They were part of the understanding of why, which is ultimately how we ended up where we are. And I'm going to be applying this opportunity to other buildings, and we'll be doing the same thing with that operational team. These are all in-house Lake Ridge Health team members, whether they're tenured or brand new, and everybody's going to have the same perspective and the same education and the opportunity to work with these new technologies and understand the implications on not only the building operations, but also on our operational budget. And they don't need to get in the weeds on that, but it's critical that they understand that the pressures that the operational budget can put on other initiatives down the road that they feel are important.
That is helpful, man. And you and Anne are kind of picking up some of the power words here. Like, we all know about what, but the why and the how. These are the big words, because again, change is coming. Colin, let me thank you, Matt. And we'll hear more, by the way, about Lake Ridge this afternoon.
Can I just comment on
please, Colin? Yes.
The other thing is, I mean, the systems are getting more complicated, but the technology is getting that much better. So I agree with you, like bringing people along for the design time. Don't just throw some larger screen with more graphics and more lines and complication to it. Give them the tools to be able to do their job easier. I mean, the building operators that we have, as we change our technology or add fault detection diagnostics, it makes their job easier. They can go do other things than a more value add rather than just adjusting set points to make the system work.
That's really helpful. Any other questions from the floor? Because this issue of human resources, to say at the end of the day, we think the energy transition is about technology. It really isn't. You're right. The technology keeps getting better. It's can people keep up, which is the really interesting part of that. And where are they going to come from as older folks retire?
Better they can still unplug the toilet at 2 a.m. is the example I love to use.
That doesn't go away, does it?
Finding those people that can understand the technology but also know how to work a bludgeon.
I'm sure AI will figure this out and dispense probiotics or something that will keep things going. But meanwhile, Colin, from our earlier conversation, I wanted to pick up on the gaps. So where we see the hospitals that aren't doing so well, and you referred previously to gaps in modeling, design, commissioning, operations. Can you speak to that a little bit from all the experience EDFS has across the country? Yeah. What are the common trends you see that we need to be filling in?
I think Mackenzie, like you said it really well with having a cohesive team that worked together before. We're fortunate and unfortunate. We don't have the same team working on every hospital that we work on, so we learn lessons as we go along. We had three facilities. One wasn't a hospital that all came online within about 18 months of each other about 2 years ago. They all hit their energy targets for different reasons. So one was a team that had seen what went wrong on a hospital previously. So they were adamant they were going to get it right this time, and they did. Another team was new, but we found good energy, people excited about the target on the modeling side, on the M&E side, obviously on the FM side. So it wasn't us driving it completely, and that team got there. The most interesting one, though, was a team that had never done a P3, didn't know an energy target, just built what they were. Everybody sort of stayed in their own boxes. And at the end, we got everybody together and said, geez, we're not making this target. Like, we're not getting there. And so we changed out a couple of players. But in the end, we gave more resources. We took some people from the other facilities and taught them how to do it properly, taught them why it makes a difference. We talked about commissioning. So how to commission a system rather than an individual piece of equipment. Now that costs us a bit. Like it was a little bit to get there, but now we have a team in another jurisdiction that understands how to do that. So we know that they, on the next job they're going to be the stewards and the push. So it's really about that cohesive team and finding those people, not just one person who's driving like Eddie and Osler driving energy, but finding those people in the various groups that are going to help sell to the remainder of the teams.
And Vivian, you got 2 of these projects, I think, underway right now and multiple years of experience. If you looked at the project agreement, the contractual relationship with the people doing the work, making performance happen, what are the big issues in the project agreement that have helped you along the way? And what, because everybody's listening, what could make the project agreement easier to work with and more helpful to you in future?
Yeah, thank you, Ian. And thank you, everyone, for having me today. I'm happy to be here. So I will just preface to say that I'm an architect by background, and I was actually on the planning side and the design side for Humber prior. So it's yeah. So Johnson Controls and Ellis Dunn, friend Colin, they're helping us manage the Milton and the Oakville site. So currently for Oakville, we were finished build in 2015, and Ellis Dunn has been helping the facility maintenance side of that project. Unfortunately, on Milton, we have, or not really unfortunately, but we have JCI, and between the two partners, we have been in a pain share year to year. The 30-year agreement, I mean, the energy standards that were established in the planning and design phase were perhaps a little bit, I don't want to be too negative, but maybe a little, too ambitious. I think, the goals that were set aren't really designed and planned accordance to what we can actually meet without lowering mechanical, electrical activity and really that BAS system and temperature control. So it's very difficult in a hospital. I find, trying to meet certain targets would equal, a lowering in temperature in some areas where, from a stakeholder side of things, they don't want to see take place. And so really getting that operations side to kind of meet the design compliance side is, we're having difficulty year to year. I will just say, like, on the Humber side, the design and planning that went into it, there was a huge amount of education that went into establishing, how we can meet our goals. And, not having been at Halton Healthcare too long, I do wonder about the education piece. How well did we really educate our stakeholders to really make certain decisions to not only shoot for, LEED silver, but really go a bit further?
Who are you thinking of as the stakeholders there? Who are the players?
I mean, our internal stakeholders, our programs, our leadership, really educating them on why certain systems are of value before they get omitted during the design phase.
Okay, that's interesting. The omitted during the design. Does that sound like value engineering? Or?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So anybody want to pick up on value engineering and whether it helps or hinders the cause?
I would say that it needs to be considered very carefully. I've seen a few times where minor savings resulted in major operational challenges, and most of them probably could have been anticipated. So if you're involved at all in the value engineering process, I would say tread very cautiously. You can have major impacts to the energy performance of the hospital with minor changes.
And I think it goes back to the early involvement of all the stakeholders, FM included, and the modeling, accurate modeling. I won't go on about Oakville, but so if if the model's not right, your design's not going to be right? Mm-hmm. And the value engineering exercise sometimes is valuable, and you need to go through that. But everybody needs to be there. That's clinical, the FM side, the modeling needs to be correct. Everybody needs to understand the impacts of the decisions they're making. And sometimes you're right that people make a capital decision that has a long-term either O&M or energy impact, for sure.
I do also find meeting quarterly is a challenge. I think we should be meeting more often.
Okay. Yeah, more often, not less.
Absolutely.
Okay. And why? Like, what happens in those meetings?
Yeah, within that 30-year term, you're hoping that, rather than a pain share, you're hoping for a gain. And in order to have that gain, you need collaboration on how we can innovate and how we can collaborate on certain building systems within our facilities. So I think meeting quarterly is almost a pitfall to the agreement because it's just not nearly enough.
Interesting. David, you were going to jump in. Yeah.
Yeah, just on the comment of the value engineering. So one of the features for our project were these 10 planning and design principles that helped us from the early stages of the project right through to the end. And they were hugely valuable, both like as we built up our ESOS and design, etc., but also on the other side of the mountain when it comes time to making decisions around, well, what can be removed, or if there's 1,000 black lines, how are we going to approach that? So having sustainability and energy as one of our 10, sort of commandments, or one of our 10,
Yes.
really, really strong planning principles. It helped the teams. All teams were very, everybody knew those, whether they were on our team, on our PDC team, or on the Project O team. So that helped for anything that was value engineering in nature to sort of be outside of that and peripheral. So we were able to stick to our core, stick to what was important.
So process-wise, if there was an idea for reducing costs, who would review that? Like how would that make it?
Well, we had a setup of committees or councils, one on more like the technical side,
Okay.
and one on more the clinical operational side. So now I can recall no value engineering proposal that needed to be debated or argued at the works committee level related to energy or sustainability. I think you may have hit on it, Colin. Is there is a huge commitment on both sides of the table. Like there is people want this project to be successful from an energy and sustainability point of view, and the M part, like the M matters in DPFM as well.
Yeah.
So there's incentives, but there's also, I think, professional pride in this as well.
Yeah. And recognition counts because people want to know, how do we do?
Yeah.
Just going back to this and picking up on conversations earlier with Amandeep, what looks like this is ongoing work, ongoing research within NRCan, but we suspect that the main failure points in the process here are the modeling and the target. Like we need empirical targets, like the model comes up with a number, it's got to be tested against something. And then commissioning, which includes making sure that things are being switched off when they're not needed. If you get those two things right, could we just close with thoughts? If you look at the commissioning piece, making it work, is there any experience you got from the two contrasting projects you have there? What could we have done a better job to get it started up so we got good results earlier? Anything spring to mind?
Oh, myself.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, Ian. Yeah. Maybe come back to me.
Okay, Colin, you got one of those sites.
Yeah. Great. So it's interesting. So the site, it's Oakville. So Oakville is over its target. The team led by Pranjal is here. Our technical team has spent a lot of time getting that project down, the gas usage down.
Yep.
A lot of that is commissioning. So that's not like the individual air handlers commissioned very well, the boilers commissioned well, chillers, I could go on, but as a system, it wasn't operating well together. And so that's a lot of time, right? So how the air handler affects the heating hot water, how the VAV boxes affect how the air handler is working, like that entire system is super important. And back to the contract model talks about commissioning agent and, going through the individual systems, holding the individual contractors accountable for commissioning their piece, but nobody's responsible for commissioning the system. That's the FM provider that pushes that. Systems thinking is really big again, right? And then talking, and everybody learns that a bicycle is a system. So that's the hospital, the whole thing. I mean, one of the things about Oakville is that it's all open. Like all the buildings are open. There's this airflow that flows through the main corridor, which is just a nightmare. Somebody should have put doors in there. So, but in the commissioning, I don't think that was really thought through, right? Because the model says we're okay, we're gonna run it and off we go, right? So that's huge. Commissioning is so big. We talk about that. My team's probably sick of me talking about commissioning, but that would be like the 3 facilities that I talked about and 2 that are under construction now. We're talking about commissioning. I mean, some of them are years away from opening, and we're really talking about commissioning. How are we going to do that whole system so that it just runs right? And back to the operators, so the operators don't get frustrated because they don't have 1,000 alarms on their BAS, right? So that's really important.
I love that as a closing comment. It's You can commission functionally each individual system, but who commissions the whole thing and make sure it sings and dances together and meets the target? So,
and not only meets the energy target, but like I could talk about a number of systems that just were commissioned individually. It's patient care. Like the ORs are the right humidity and the right temperature, and you don't have a surgeon who's frustrated as anything because they want 16 degrees in that room. I can give them 16 degrees right off the bat. Right? So it's clinical care, it's energy, it's everything comes in line, and the building just hums.
We could do this all morning, but time for us is along. Let's thank this panel again. They'll be here, so track them down during the break, track them down during the lunch period, and whatever questions you have, get them answered. Again, if we can't get the new hospitals right, it's going to be a real struggle to get the thousands of older facilities running well. But thank you so much to this panel for the candidates. So everybody, if you're back in your seats now, let's begin the second session of the morning, which is one of the next main issues we're finding within the most energy efficient hospital organizations, whether they're big province-wide or whether they're some of the US groups that we work with, or individual hospitals within Ontario and Manitoba and Saskatchewan. The most efficient are consistently the ones with the best organizational alignment. And you've heard this already. This is what Ann Ford is working on at Brightshores, is getting the whole team working together. You heard eloquently from our people on the new hospital performance panel. At the end of the day, it's team. So there's a common theme here, right? Is we got in this climate mess by everybody being somewhat siloed. We all did our own thing. We were facilities, we're clinicians, we're consultants, we're contractors, we're facility managers, whatever we are. The only way out of it, in our opinion, with a lot of experience, is we got to find better ways to work together and within individual hospitals and in the community outside. So this is a hot topic for us. It's around human resources. It's not particularly technical. It's very human. So we developed this kind of ladder of success, if you like, as a model that we can speak to in different settings. Organizational alignment, we've referred to that as being from the boardroom to the operating room to the boiler room. It's all on board as that kind of idea. So from trustees to foundations to the essential elements. We heard earlier this morning about the importance of recognition, how you get jazzed up by the idea that we're doing really well. We're the top saving hospital. We're the top performing hospital. We're the most improved over the last period of time. People relate to that. So this is all about humanity and how critical that is for transitioning from high carbon to low carbon to a sustainable future. So the idea of the organization, how do you build capacity within that organization? Again, picking up on what Anne is beginning to tackle at Brightshores, clarity around roles and responsibilities. If nobody's responsible, nothing happens. The idea of all the hospitals have 5-year plans. You've all got your 5-year plan in place, but 5-year plans are not very helpful unless they're broken down into specific goals and objectives each individual year. So you can do the mid-course correction, so you can figure out if you know you're on track or not. And we're advocating for all of you to leave here today with the idea, what is your 2030 goal? How much emissions can you reduce by 2030, knowing that that is a critical date? It's the first major international commitment. Canada has committed to specific reductions. And as we said a number of times, all of you have your share to contribute. Bigger hospitals that are more energy intensive have a much bigger share than smaller, but every one of you has a part to play with this. You need to leave here today knowing what that target is, and we hope with a commitment to meet it. So I'll leave my colleague, Gillian Henderson, to introduce her panel and to walk us through the questions. And once again, please raise your hand when you have areas you want to pick up on or build upon from what we think is an excellent panel. Make sure you get all you can out of that, because the strength of your organization will be the strength of what has to happen. So, Jillian, over to you.
Thanks, Ian. This is exciting because I took a note when I was listening to Anne this morning, because these are the culture shifters. If we're looking, if I can coin the phrase, the culture shifters as we go forward, if we need to shift the culture, this is your team. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce this panel, and thank you very much for joining us. Dr. Peter Meninckis, who's an anesthetologist at St. Joseph Health Center. He's been working with Cascades on greening the OR room and sustainable, I'm not going to get this, perioperative care. Have I got that right? Okay. Please feel free to correct me. Dr. Fiona Miller, also working with Cascades, professor of health policy and director at the Collaborative Center for Climate, Health, and Sustainable Care. Nina Malik, who very kindly stepped in at the very last minute, not on the agenda, project director of long-term development and capital planning at North York General, and very familiar with all of the sustainable goals that have been North York General is undertaking right now. And Caitlin Points, director of project engineering and energy engineering at Unity Health, and also recently a feature on the project manager, on the Energy Manager podcast for Save on Energy, courtesy of Vicky Gagnon and team. So welcome. Looking forward to hearing from all of you. I'm going to start with Nina. So how did the board of directors at North York General engage in your climate action plans and goals? How did you get them on board with that?
So I'll start from the top and start by speaking to a lot of the advocacy that's happened over the last several years at the level of our senior leadership team. We launched a new corporate strategy this year, 2025 to 2035, but this is actually the second strategy that has named sustainability as an organizational priority. So in this strategy, sustainability is one of our critical strategic enablers, and it's not just environmental sustainability, but we're looking at environmental, social, and financial sustainability. And so with that, we have seen that reporting and accountability has made it up to the board level. We have corporate priorities that include sustainability initiatives every year. We've also maintained sustainability on our quality improvement plan. We've carried 2 indicators every year for the last 4 years. And again, that's brought reporting to the board level and brought a lot of the great work that happens across the organization quite a bit of attention. We've had teams that have been working on sustainability work for a very long time. So that includes our incredible facilities team, Elkit's sitting at the back of the room. But there are also lots of green teams across our clinical programs, including our peri-op team and our pharmacy team and several others. And I think that making sustainability a corporate priority and bringing this work under one umbrella has really helped to bring the work together, but also increase awareness and start to shift our organizational culture so that everyone across the organization is aware of the work that we're doing. There's a lot of wonderful stuff happening, but also it highlights the importance of sustainability and making sure that we're integrating green decision-making into everything we do. We're not just looking at buildings or facilities anymore. We're trying to look at how people come to and from the hospital. We're looking at clinical practice. We're looking at waste reduction and diversion. And so again, all of this work started quite small. Our first quality improvement plan goal outside of reducing carbon emissions was to launch a sustainability committee, which we did. That committee oversaw a lot of sustainability work for a couple of years, but we've built from there. So we've hosted students every summer that have helped with sustainability initiatives that range from, again, supporting green commutes to looking at how our waste flows through the building and what we can do to improve. And most recently, we've had a student that has supported us in developing a sustainability framework for the organization. It hasn't been released yet, but we're looking forward to releasing it in April this year. And that work has really been helpful, again, to bring sustainability to the board level, but also make sure that it's known as a priority across the organization.
Thanks. Actually, this is Caitlin. I think this is a similar path. You've done the same sort of thing, developing sustainability from the ground up. Can you tell us a little bit about the journey at Unity Health?
Yeah, so unlike what Nina was mentioning about having a specific strategic plan around sustainability, we were already had a strategic plan that had been established, and there wasn't anything that was overly specific around sustainability. I think there was a generic sentence, be stewards of the environment. And so I would just like to share with everyone that you don't have to have it necessarily from the leadership down to start something. And we're at the point now where we had a new CEO join in the summer, and we're looking at redoing our strategic plan. And the fact that we have started doing some of these things over the last, say, 5-10 years is now front of mind for everyone. So when we are doing the strategic plan, people can understand and they can envision why they would want to include that in the new strategic plan going forward. So, and similarly, I did start on the energy side of things. It was something that I was within my realm of control. So I was able to advocate and hire for an energy manager and start the energy team and build momentum that way. And then slowly start to find people that were passionate throughout the organization in sustainability efforts, not just in energy, but across clinical departments and other teams that were already starting small localized green teams throughout the department and throughout the organization. So looking at how to create integration across those teams. And we have 3 main hospital campuses. So one of the goals of our sustainability team and committee was to cross-pollinate across those sites. So looking at what others had already done, the St. Joseph's Health Center operating room and the perioperative care was one of the leaders in the organization and some of the work that they had done. And so we looked at how we could take that and leverage it to the ORs at our St. Michael's Hospital site as well. So lots of like grassroots and finding those gems throughout the facility and then trying to link them all together.
Thanks. It's really interesting to think of having something tangible that shows that it can be done from the grassroots as kind of evidence to the top. It'd be interesting. So, Peter, well, it's a great segue to you. You've mentioned a champion at St. Joseph's who started the whole role on the clinician champion who started everything. Do you want to talk a little bit about how that happened at St. Joseph's and your role in that?
Yes, thanks. So I've been an anesthesiologist at St. Joe's for 25 years. And during that time, I've worn different hats. I'm a clinician. I go to work. I do my job. I come home. And then over the years, I got involved in administration. I was chief of the department and now do other administrative stuff, but still mostly clinical work. But at its core, I'm a clinician. I'm a physician, and I do that day to day. One of my colleagues, Dr. Ali Abbas, who I have to give a plug to here, 10, 15 years ago, also an anesthesiologist, started to make a little noise and do a little work about, hey, how come we don't have recycling in the OR? Or how come we're using disposable this or that? And it was you'd call it grassroots, but it was one guy. And the way that I hold Ed Rubenstein, as mentioned by Ms. Ford, as sort of the guy who started it all. I don't know if he started it all, but that's how I see it. I don't live in your world. Ali Abbas is somebody who was practicing as an anesthesiologist, but had an interest in other stuff. And the challenge back then, and even today, is you come up with an idea. How do you kick it upstairs far enough so that somebody says, you're right, we need to invest in something that is going to hopefully be something tangible in terms of finances, that's not going to impair care or challenge patient care, and hopefully will be sustainable financially, environmentally, etc. Mm-hmm. And he started projects. I'll just give you a very basic example. We call it PVC 123. He found an anesthesiologist in Australia who had created with industry the ability to collect and recycle PVC products. And the biggest one that we have in the hospital is IV bags. We go through, on any given day, in an 8-hour day, I'll run through, 10 IV bags, and they just go in the garbage. And then in addition to that, the disposable green oxygen masks that we use on patients. And you see them in the emergency room. You see them on the floors. You see them in the OR sometimes. PVCs just in the garbage. And Ali worked for quite a while until going forward. He got agreement in the hospital. He found somebody in North America, in Canada, a little bit of seed funding from the government, Vinyl Institute of Canada, and put together PVC 123. And we were the first hospital in North America to collect PVCs. And that was sort of like a project that kind of got things going. But with time, when you have an energy office, I call it an energy office. It's a energy, and I have to read Caitlin's
sustainability.
I call it energy, which is what many of you are familiar with. You're not going from one clinician boots on the ground to trying to get some director or VP to sign off on something. There is a chain. So you have managers and then directors, and your VP is interested, your CEO is interested. And also you can get help from colleagues like myself who are like-minded. And now an entire department or office of people. And so right now, our big project that I'm working on is to get rid of nitrous oxide centrally piped through the hallways, because it's not good. There are ways around it. But now I can work with Caitlin's team so that I don't have to be the person that's just doing the job while I'm trying to do my anesthesia job all the way. So there's been a development over the years. It started as one guy or two gals or whatever, and now there's definitely I have a path that I can follow now, where I have the support, and not just the support, the expertise, because I don't know about piping nitrous oxide. I don't know about that stuff. I know about anesthesia, and so that support is there now. It's starting to be there. We'll put that.
Right.
And if I can just share
absolutely jump on in.
If I can just share the flip side of that story. So Dr. Abbas, when Unity Health, before we were Unity Health Toronto, integrated around 2017, I found Dr. Abbas because he's the guy that's doing the sustainability work, and the two of us connected. And it was really, I remember over COVID when we were all sort of going through a lot at the time, and we said, let's just start meeting, we'll start our own monthly meeting, the green team or whatever it might be, and start that up again. And so as much as Peter's talking about finding allies in the energy office, I was able to find an ally in the clinical side because, sometimes for those of you that do this work knows that it can get lonely and it can get hard to continually advocate over and over again. So to find those peers and those allies and kind of build those bridges across the organization is extremely helpful.
Absolutely. Nina, you're nodding. Did you want to add in? I know it's a little out of order, but did you want to add into the allies, the comment about allies?
Well, I was just going to add that so since launching our sustainability committee, we've shifted towards a green wrap model. And the whole point of that model is to identify allies in the organization. And I think that sometimes it's difficult for clinicians to carve out time to focus on sustainability initiatives, but there are a lot of really great ideas. And so it's amazing for teams to come together and to be able to support these initiatives. We're also eliminating use of our central nitrous oxide system this year. But we couldn't do that without the support of the perioperative team and those green wraps.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah, I can pick up on this.
Yes, absolutely. I was just about to ask.
Yeah, I know everybody here, which is an indication of sort of the collaborative networks that we have. And I remember meeting Ali Abbas, 10 years ago. And I remember when he told me that he'd found somebody within the organization to work with who was going to help him on the facility side. So, I agree. This grassroots activism is critical. And I think the other thing we're talking about is the sort of authorizing environment, and then the productive sort of synergy that allows the ceiling to become the floor, and so on and so forth, and to move this forward. So maybe just a few comments on the authorizing environment, a little bit nationally, maybe provincially, keeping with that focus on clinical commitments and organizational strategic commitments. So just briefly on the clinical association, we really are seeing movement there. So Peter mentioned the challenge of infection prevention and control. So IPAC Canada Infection Prevention and Control Canada has come out with an environmental stewardship commitment and statement like just this summer. So that really comes from passionate clinicians putting forward a commitment to mobilize infection prevention and control as part of the sustainability journey. Now, that's not it finished. Unless you have folks on the ground figuring out how to do this, it won't work. But that's happening in BC. Titus Wong, an IPAC physician within PHAC, has got a provincial committee now working to mobilize a checklist, and we'll try and make that national. Another national association to mention in this context, because Peter was talking about the challenge of hospital pharmacy, the Canadian Association of Healthcare Systems Pharmacy, which used to be the Canadian Society of Hospital Pharmacy, so same people, but they've got a broader vision. I've really got some fabulous sort of work. We've worked with them as Cascades to develop a playbook and a toolkit and a checklist that can really identify those areas of opportunity for hospital pharmacy to do that. So they're sort of on record as mobilizing the hospital and broader healthcare system pharmacy community. Community pharmacy is tricky, but institutional pharmacy to make change. When you think about more agencies, more official agencies, I would point to pan-Canadian health organizations like the Canadian Drug Agency, which has been advancing an environmental sustainability agenda. In Quebec, it's INES. So it's quite challenging, a data challenging context, but we know that medicines and the devices that we use and the way we use them are a huge part of the climate challenge. So we have that kind of support from pan-Canadian and provincial agencies. The other place I'd point to in terms of agencies would be quality. At the national level, it's Healthcare Excellence Canada, that's the PanCan, and provincially, it's particularly Health Quality BC and Ontario Health Quality. So just to point to these kinds of authorizing environments that are on board with the agenda for change. And I think the agenda for change then that I think can help the clinicians on the ground. This isn't about a top-down enforcement. That will not work. This is about creating a supportive context for normalizing the efforts that people are trying to push forward. I do think the thing that I would suggest then is two critical ways of moving. One hasn't been mentioned here, but the adaptation question, adapting to climate shocks and stresses, the health and health equity implications, that is increasingly engaging healthcare organizations as a strategic commitment. I know you folks are aware of this. You have to run facilities in the context of growing shocks and stresses. So the more I think that we integrate our message around mitigation and adaptation, we put those things together, I think is critical. And the other piece that we're, I think, talking about is aligning with healthcare commitments and commitments to quality. Our broad strategic commitments. North York General, as far as I understand, first reported up to the board because you put it in your QIP, your quality improvement plan, which is a provincial kind of, define your own target. They don't have to specify, but if you put it in your QIP, now you actually have to move that forward, and your board wants to know whether you're moving it. So using quality improvement was really smart strategic move there. And then I think maybe that didn't start it, but that really helped them. And the other is right care. Appropriate care, low value care. So Choosing Wisely Canada is a real national and international leader on connecting, reducing. We've got 25-30% of healthcare that we're producing that is low value, that could be causing harm, but isn't generating benefit. And it's a climate challenge. So I think there's huge opportunities for alignment and for moving this agenda forward more broadly.
Absolutely. Before I move on I have additional questions. Are there any questions on the floor? Anyone on the floor have questions? Okay.
I see Caitlin scribble the same thing I did. Do you want to comment on IPAC Canada? Did you scribble?
I just wrote it down because I'm gonna go look up the statement, and then I'm gonna.
I was gonna say, I thought you were gonna say the same thing I did.
No. So just because I've been in conversations with IPAC, right, and exploring how we can leverage that team as well, just around different initiatives, whether it's reducing unnecessary glove use, that sort of thing. Yeah.
Again, infection, in terms of infection control, Fiona touched upon it. It's a cliche, but we work in silos, and at the clinician level, we do what we can, and then the pandemic comes along, and infection control, the importance of infection control gets amplified so many times, and masks and gloves, and it's just, the waste is incredible. And so when one is working on doing clinical stuff but also trying to come up with environmentally sustainable techniques. Often, and probably some of you have experienced this if you've worked in a hospital, the enemy is infection control. Yeah. And we have to recognize that they're just doing their job, and building those kind of bridges to recognize that, no, they're actually interested in environmental sustainability too. And so I'm on a group of anesthesiologists who are like-minded, environmental sustainable working group of Ontario's anesthesiologists. And we have now an infection control person who's on our group who it's such a valuable resource, and they're putting together their statements and whatnot and working. It's just another layer of within a hospital or wherever where one can share ideas and not feel like you're a little person way down here trying to convince the CEO of something.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Getting everybody on, obviously, clearly from all of this, it's getting people to work together so that you have momentum around the teams for sure. I did have a question for everyone, maybe the $1 million question around balancing the funding allocation with clinician needs and how you do that, keeping in mind the kinds of things you're trying to achieve around sustainability. Did anyone want to step up first?
I can.
Yep, absolutely.
Again, I'm here as a clinician. I don't have the background knowledge that a lot of you do. And most of what I've learned comes from, well, my colleagues. I think Dr. Anita Rao gave the keynote. Was it last year she gave?
Yeah.
Yeah. She's a great friend of mine and my wife, and we hang out all the time. And she sends her condolences because she should be sitting here because she knows way more than I do. I lost my train of thought.
Funding versus.
So yeah. I sit here and I listen to some of the things that were going on in the first panel about geothermal and these kind of things. And to me, so many of the things that we are trying to present as being environmentally sustainability are also economically sustainable. And I keep on asking in my head, what's the return on investment? Okay, we built a new tower at Peel, which is doing this, and it was geothermal. And it seems to me that the business case for these things makes so much sense.
Yeah.
And I've always said that I've gotten into this interest or this business because I'm just inherently cheap and I hate waste. And the fact that it happens to be environmentally sustainable on top of that, that's great as well. And it just seems like whenever we're putting together something like what we call nix the nitrous, getting rid of centrally piped nitrous oxide in a hospital, the environmental gains are tremendous with minimal effect on clinical practice, but financially it makes huge sense. And so many of these things just ultimately, if you make a proper business case, have a return on investment. And I don't have to tell you guys that, but that's just how I see this stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Fiona.
I mean, maybe I'll just explain a little bit about who I am. I'm a professor at U of T where I lead an academic unit, the Collaborative Center, but I also through that have worked closely with TASN, the Toronto Academic Health Science Network, to mobilize a community of practice for almost 6 years. And that's kind of how I know some of these folks. And also Cascades, which is a pan-Canadian initiative for climate action and awareness and healthcare funded by Environment and Climate Change Canada. So that's the position from which I speak. So I do research in this space, and I see a huge need and value and opportunity to connect to research, but that's not really my primary intervention here. I think I just wanted to sort of say, to remind us all, as we all know, that these are mission-driven organizations, and there's an enormous amount of things that, yes, there's financial savings opportunities, but they're not constantly seeking savings. They're not shutting down their ERs, even though there's somebody down the road who runs an ER and they could save money if they did. They are mission-driven. So this is really about creating that comprehensive strategic plan, and that's what I think that is the shift in the conversation about environment and sustainability over the last 10 years, particularly with clinical engagement and clinical leadership. Is previously there had been folks like you doing tremendous work. I think Ed Rubenstein was at UHN from 1999 or something like that. He started, so it would have been 26 years now. So there has been tremendous leadership on that front. Not to downplay that, but it wasn't until you actually started to get the clinical engagement to say, this is not just about the buildings. This is about the care that we provide, that you started to move forward an agenda that was a comprehensive, mission-driven strategic plan. And I think that's what we're seeing that's shifting, in my view, in organizational strategic plans, is this, in BC, it's kind of a 3-pillar: public health, clinical care, and energy and infrastructure. In Ontario, it's going to be slightly differently configured because public health's not in, but there's still this comprehensive strategic plan. And it's only when you really have that, when you have the teams that can actually put together the business plan. Because you need that intelligence to do that work. I mean, yes, if there are savings from a life cycle costing perspective, there often are going to be, or they're just investments in your community, in their health, in their well-being, in your workforce, in your patients. A team needs to make that argument and make that. And that's, I think, the shift that we are seeing. It's still in process, but you look across the country, whether it's Newfoundland Health Services, whether it's Saskatchewan Health Services, whether it's many of the provincial health authorities, those are the ones I know best. In Quebec, some of the CHUM, some of the academic hospital systems, Nova Scotia Health, and throughout Ontario, hospital systems that have these comprehensive strategic plans. And I think that's really a secret. And that's why I think this panel has the contribution that I think we're making here, is that capacity to address the tension, because it's not like those tensions aren't present within healthcare organizations all the time, like all the time. How do we invest in X when we have this? And it's, as everybody knows here better than I, it's going to be harder. It is harder already, and it's going to be harder over the next 5 or so years. I understand hospitals are getting their lines of credit refused from banks in Ontario. Like, it's a tough financial time, but the mission and the comprehensive strategic vision is the only way in which we're going to tackle any of these challenges.
Absolutely. That was incredibly well put. Does anyone want to add to that? Anything to add to that?
I can. I would say that we're seeing that shift at Northrop General now. So historically, we haven't had a dedicated team for sustainability efforts, but in combination with building a business case to justify these positions and leveraging some of our major capital redevelopments. We have 2 major capital projects on the horizon, and those come with opportunities to green our infrastructure and obviously some funding for staff. We're able to leverage those opportunities to justify a dedicated position, which is really exciting for us.
Yeah, I think I think we've really been talking about, it's bringing everyone together. It's not the de-siloing. We've talked a lot in a lot of these sessions about how you're de-siloing things. That this is obviously the most critical, is it's got to be core to the strategy. And I think Caitlin's talked about that. You've talked about that, Nina, is just you're internalizing it with everything you do. So it's not just in the basement with the operators. It's not just Caitlin in the energy management and projects. It's everybody working together. So I think that's really key. Any questions before my last question? Any questions from the audience? Go ahead, Ian.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the hospitals in this room. There's a lot of them, and all in different stages of the journey. How can you not be convinced that when everybody gets together and pulls in the same direction, things are good? And Nina's, you're with you, and then Caitlin. How do you get started? Like, if you're a hospital that doesn't have those connections, doesn't have those committees, groups, whatever structure you have. And I was struck with the fact that Peter and Caitlin work for the same hospital, and it's the first time they met today. It's how do you make those connections, especially with multiple sites? How do you get started?
I can start us off. We started small. We started really small. So one of our first quality improvement plan initiatives was to launch the sustainability committee. And that was it for that year. So that was our priority. We did a general call out across our sites, across our programs to gauge interest. And then we were fortunate to have several volunteers for a committee across the organization, different levels of leadership, everything up from, I'll say frontline staff all the way up to executive leadership. And again, across programs. And that was priority number 1. And then with that committee, we focused on educating ourselves and identifying some of the low-hanging fruit, acknowledging that we didn't have a dedicated team to work on these initiatives or any dedicated funding to do this work. So that's how we started. We built momentum slowly. But as I mentioned, we're going into year 5 of having sustainability indicators on our quality improvement plan. And we've really been able to ramp up from there.
So, okay, I'll just clarify. Peter and I do know each other. We just haven't met in person, which is, interesting because it's the world that we live in these days, it seems.
And we work at different sites.
And we work at different sites. Yeah, there's lots. Anyways, so at the how do you get started? I will just say that everyone in this room has something you can act on today. Whatever that item is, start there. That's where I started, actually, probably as a project manager at some point, installing LED light bulbs into fixtures and getting save on energy rebates, because that's something that I had within my control to do. So I would say that's where you start. And as Nina mentioned, like, momentum will build from there. So don't give up. Find those allies. Find those late night coffee chats or whatever it is you need to kind of keep yourself motivated and keep going. But everyone will get there.
And Caitlin, what do you have at Unity Health where people can reach out and find each other? Like, how is that organized at Unity?
So we did create a generic sustainability at unityhealth.to email. And so every time we do any sort of communications, we make sure we have that there so people can reach out and find us. And then we did, when I was able to eventually hire a sustainability project manager, we got our webpage updated. So there's places there that you can reach out. It is really challenging. Anne was talking about 6-7 facilities. I'm sure many of us have multiple sites. Unity Health has over 10,000 employees. It is really challenging to get in contact with everybody, especially when majority of those are not at a computer because they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, delivering patient care and support services and all those sorts of things. So the engagement is definitely a challenge. And I don't know if I have a good solution for that other than to just keep trying and keep sending out communications and make use of your social media chat channels, your communications team. I have a direct line to them. I have someone dedicated to doing sustainability communications, but it took time to advocate for that too. So
it's very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, that was my question. Any other questions from the floor? Anyone else have any questions? Okay. Oh,
Caitlin just mentioned communications, and I found that was probably one of the most impactful things that I did as the former director of energy, environment, and climate change at Island Health. When I first started, doctors, nurses, and others were highly critical of Island Health, saying, "You're doing nothing for climate change, you're doing nothing for sustainability." And I was like, we're doing loads. So I recognized that we were doing a really poor job of communicating what we were doing. And some of what the panelists mentioned around striking cross-programmatic committees was really helpful. But we put a lot of money and effort into communications, and it paid off massively. Last year, we won a National Energy and Environmental Stewardship Award. We had our first ever sustainability conference, all kinds of amazing things. And so just a question to the panel. Caitlin mentioned it, but what's your experience with the communications piece? What's been the value? Have you seen success in that?
I can definitely keep talking about that. So I would say, you mentioned winning the awards and things like that. Sometimes applying to the awards is great because it's a great PR opportunity if you are a successful applicant or even a nominee or runner up or whatever it might be. I think you're talking about the CCHL award as well, which we were the winners of in 2023. And it was a great opportunity to invite all of the leadership to the awards ceremony and really bring awareness to the work that we were doing. And we've had the same thing happen where people are like, we don't even know that there's a sustainability team. And we only found that out because we were doing an engagement survey at our staff barbecue where we were enticing people with a gift card. If you fill this out, then you could potentially win a gift card. And people are like, oh, I didn't know. So I think that the communications is really important, but also leveraging the awards if you can, if you're able to be successful in that. And I think if we say things are true, then they can be true. And Part of even developing the GHG emissions reduction goal that is now part of Unity Health's strategy is I just started talking about it, and then it just became real. So I think communications is really important.
Do you want to talk to that, Nina?
I can chime in quickly and say that we also found communications was a challenge, and a lot of hospital staff were not really aware of the work that was happening behind the scenes. I've mentioned it already, but our Green Reps program has been helpful. They're not necessarily expected to contribute to sustainability work, but one of their really important roles is to bring communications back to their programs and act as advocates within their areas or on their sites. So I think that's been immensely helpful, and we've really, really tried to do the same, applying to awards and celebrate wins. So we've started publishing a year in review that highlights all of the sustainability work that's happened across the organization. I think it's really, really, really important to celebrate those wins when you're building a culture of sustainability in an organization that is kind of easing into it and hasn't necessarily developed one yet.
Yeah, I was thinking applying for award also allows you to crystallize everything you've done to date, which you don't always take the time if you're busy with the day-to-day, just getting things done, and it's just a continuous battle. That sitting down and crystallizing, what have we achieved? How can I put that in as few words? They're often like 200 words or less. How can I put that into 200 words or less, which then turns into amazing communications?
I'll also add, because I know all hospitals have charitable foundations, that if you are able to develop like an annual report, which we also started doing once I was able to have the resources to do that. When people reach out and say, what are you doing? What have you done? We want to know more about the sustainability work. Instead of having to like rewrite that every single time, I can link them to our annual report. And it's a great way to kind of get that communication out in a more efficient way, especially if you're only one person doing it. So,
right. Absolutely. Any other questions? We did have one more question around how we can engage local Indigenous communities. So I'll put that to the panel if someone wants to start with that. Dr. Miller, you're looking.
Dr.
You want to start with that?
I guess, so this is going to sound incredibly negative, but I think you're putting it forward as incredibly important, and it's incredibly challenging. So just to say that the Yellowhead Institute at TMU here in Toronto Metropolitan University, put out a recent 10-year review of the Truth and Reconciliation's healthcare calls to action. So their assessment of where we're at is extremely negative. And basically they say healthcare systems in Canada have perfected sort of a performative approach to reconciliation. That what's required is actually meaningful transfer of power, and not just consultations and not just engagements, but deeper engagements. And I think there are forms of Indigenous health and Indigenous hands, whether it's here in Toronto, whether it's First Nations Health Authority in BC. In various parts of the country, there are different initiatives. I am involved in one hospital's strategic efforts to do this work, and they are mobilizing a hospital-specific Indigenous-led unit to work with them in exploring this question, because there's nothing simple about this process. So it's an incredibly important question, and it's a great one for us to reflect on. I guess my answer would be this: obviously, this is a journey, and this is not going to be a simple process, I think, in any way, shape, or form. But as I say, the one that I'm involved with, I think that's a really interesting model that they have. But they're fortunate that hospital had already invested in the creation of an Indigenous-led unit, and it's a research hospital, so that's part of their capacity that they're then able to work with and move beyond. So I think those are the kinds of, you talked about foundations, right? I think that those are parts of the investments and efforts that you need to do this. But on the other hand, I do think there's this is actually where I would come back to adaptation and resilience, because I think some of this will connect and resonate more powerfully with Indigenous communities.
So I can add, there's two things I can think of. One, Unity has made that also a priority. We've hired a couple years ago, brought on a director of Indigenous and reconciliation. And so and often there is a lot of synergies to be had between sustainability initiatives and the ability to engage with that community. So I'm usually will reach out to our director and sort of say, is there an opportunity here? How can we leverage this project? We're looking at planting trees on one of our sites as well to say, could this be a public space for people to come? And I involved her in a lot of those walkthroughs, so even just talking about what sort of species we want to plant for the trees. The other thing I'll mention, just because I know a lot of this group is on project management, construction, renovation. The thing we're looking at from a social procurement standpoint is, could we integrate something into our construction renovation projects where we're mandating that the apprenticeships that they bring on to do hours within the project, a certain number of those are dedicated hours to equity deserving groups, Indigenous being one of those as well. So that's something that, again, I talked before about looking at what you can do within your realm of control. That's something that I would have control over with the projects that we're putting out procurements for. So I would recommend that could be something that you look into as well.
Great. Thank you very much. Well, I want to thank our panelists. This was really interesting and sort of wide-ranging, covering a lot of ground, but really appreciate your time. Thank you very much. Big round of applause for our wonderful panelists.
Yeah, thank you, panel, and thank you, Gillian, for walking us through this ongoing story. Again, the human side of this is so challenging, and we've got a long way to go. And so be comfortable. You can see the screen down there. Delighted to have Steve Rees, all the way from Edmonton, to come and give us an idea of the equivalent to what we're all trying to do here, what's happening on the global stage. So take us into lunch and give us lots to chew on. Steve, please pick this up.
And thanks, Ian, Amardeep, Gillian, Michael, for having me here, because it was kind of a surprise just, I think, a few weeks ago. So really appreciate it. The discussions have been extremely interesting. I love the talk on collaborative teams, the commissioning of not just the building systems, but the entire hospital. That's just so important. The training and education and mentoring of staff, that's something that hits my heart. And the recognition of staff is just so important. So that isn't what I'm here to talk about, but I've just been so impressed with the panels and Ann Ford. So thank you. And for those that don't know me, my name is Steve Rees, and I am the past president of the International Federation of Healthcare Engineering, or IFHE. I served as the president of IFHE from 2022 to 2024. And I'm also the former chief program officer of AHS, or Alberta Health Services, where we were responsible for about 130 hospitals, 4 million square meters of space, and I think they had about 9,000 beds at the time. And the part that I'm probably most proud of while working there, I mean, I worked for AHS for 45 years, so for a little bit of time, but was the establishment of an Office of Environmental Sustainability at AHS while I was there. So, and when we talked about the communications of environmental sustainability, I mean, that to me was so important. So, and to pat yourselves on the back, I take it, I press one of these things. There we go. So I just I've got like 10 minutes and then it's going to be lunch, right? So I won't hold up things. I wanted to talk a little bit about IFHE and its purpose. So to encourage and facilitate the exchange of information and experiences of the broad field of healthcare facility design, construction, engineering, commissioning, maintenance, and estate management. We rely on our member countries and their professional associations to fulfill our mandate. IFHE, the way I always see it is, IFHE is the central conduit connecting our 35 A-member countries and associations. So the Canadian Healthcare Engineering Society, CHES, which many of you know of, is one of our 35 A-member countries. And I represent CHES on the board at IFHE. So we share information and experiences through our website, ifhe.info, and we have congresses every 2 years. So we actually had a congress in this facility and in this room. So I was starting to get traumatic feelings as I walked out of the door. I thought, yeah, I remember this now. So it was a great facility. It was a great conference, actually, about 1,000 people. So one of the best that IFHE's ever had. That was in 2022. In 2024, we had it in Cape Town, South Africa. And next year is in New Orleans in 2026, in October. So I'll talk a little bit about that at the end. We also share information through our digest, which is published annually, and our newsletters and our webinars. So we have an environmental sustainability policy at IFHE, and it's pretty basic, but I think important. Healthcare facilities should be planned, designed, constructed, and maintained so as to achieve the aggregate emissions of 50% less than 2010 levels, and by 2030, and net zero by 2050. So I wanted to take a look at this global electricity generation and the sources that produce it. I find these statistics a little sobering. Now, taking consideration, these are 2024 numbers, but coal still at 34.3%, which I just find shocking when I see it. So in total, I think about 59% of the world's electricity is created by burning fossil fuels still. Now, on the positive side, the wind, solar, and other renewables are increasing, but still that 59% I find staggering. So I don't want to be a downer, but I just want to bring it up because a lot of people don't realize it still, how much coal and carbon is being used to produce that electricity. Again, this is more global electricity information. This shows the largest electrical producers and the percent of the source that country utilizes. So you can see the top five. I mean, again, so much fossil fuel being used, and the renewables are increasing, but I think very slowly. Oh, it didn't? No, that is the slide. I think that. Oh, sorry, that isn't the slide. This is the slide. The top five. So China, USA, India, Russia, and Japan. Top five. That was probably just me not pressing the button. Thanks. 60 plus countries pledged climate resilient, low carbon health systems at COP26. I like the global commitments, but it's really the actions that matter. Now I want to show you just a few hospitals around the world that are doing well energy efficient wise. There we go. The Huashan Hospital in Shanghai is very well known for energy performance. It's an 800-bed, 1,000 square meter facility. Using many methods that we've talked about here, very familiar in North America. They cut 2,500 tons of carbon emissions. Some of the methods they used were heat pumps, heat recovery, cogen, geothermal, heat exchangers, biomass boilers, and the upgrades. The good part, I think, that I didn't realize that the Chinese government have a lot of incentive programs, and they're working their way, but they just use so much energy there. But they do have a government incentive program in conjunction with design and construction of the 2 new buildings on that site. That's how they did these improvements. So positive news there. The Klinikum Frankfurt Hospital is known as the most energy efficient hospital in Germany. And I think, Ian, you'd mentioned that I was going to talk about this. So the one number that jumps out at me is the 130 kilowatt hours per square meter on an annual basis on the demand side. It just doesn't seem right to me. So I'm not sure how they're calculating that, or how, compared to our numbers. They say the average in Germany is 240. So that's still, unbelievably low to me, but we'll have to look more into it. Maybe you and I can do that. Anyway, the Klinikum has 1,000 beds, and the site actually dates back to 1858. The newest building on site was constructed in 2023. It was the first hospital that was a passive house certified hospital. It has. They state that the robust thermal building envelope is critical, and their energy performance strategies. And they also use high-performance enthalpy wheels with their heat recovery system. And then Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates. It's a Cleveland clinic, and I was shocked, actually, to think about UAE and the amount of money they have and the amount of oil they have, but they're very focused on climate change actions there. So it was constructed in a partnership between the Mubadala Development Company and the Cleveland Clinic, and it has 409,000 square meters and 364 patients. So when learning about these 3 facilities, I noted some similar themes, and that was the mechanical, structural, electrical, and automation technology upgrades. They also had cohesive, collaborative project teams and well-trained, educated operating teams. And we heard how important the collaborative teams are from the success of the project from Anne this morning. So it all kind of makes sense. Now I just want to talk about that event coming up for IFHE. It's in New Orleans in October, from October 17th to 20th. And it's going to be hosted by the Association of Medical Facility Professionals. That's the association that's connected in the States with IFHE, but it's in conjunction with the healthcare design people, and they expect about 4,500 delegates. So it'll be a fantastic conference, and I really hope I see some of you there. Thank you.
What a great way to finish the morning. We talk about this being a global challenge, a global issue. Hopefully not a global catastrophe, as we started the day talking about, but the fact that we got kindred groups around the world working on this. So our next, part of our 2026 Planet Greening Healthcare is working more closely with Steve and his colleagues. We're going to collect the data on elsewhere in the world. Some of the most seemingly energy efficient hospitals were collected in the same way. So it's apples for apples comparisons with what we're doing. And we have absolutely no doubt that there are operating practices and technologies in use out there that this time next year we'll be talking about here. So in fact, it's a global challenge. Wonderful way to finish the morning. We have lunch coming up. Once again, thanks to our organizational alignment panel. We have from 12 to 1. Please do network, do mix. You've heard panelists this morning. Buttonhole them, ask them questions. Don't take too much of their time so other people can get there. And again, look around the room. This is a special group of exhibitors we have here. They all have an important part to play. Have at least one conversation with all of them and see where they might fit into your plans on a go-forward basis. So thanks for a great morning. Have a great lunch, and we'll see you at 1 o'clock. So good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the lunch. I certainly did, and it's still out there if anybody's still hungry. Let's just touch a bit on the afternoon agenda for the time we have left. We talked this morning about new hospital facilities. We got to get them right the first time. And this afternoon, we're going to talk about existing facilities, which is the majority of them. What does that world of energy efficiency look like? I'll be asking my colleague Amandeep to moderate that session with, I think, once again, an exceptional panel. Then we were asked to address the idea of carrots and sticks. What's out there to help us do the things that we need to do? And what kind of regulations might the government at all levels, federal, provincial, and municipal level, what might they be contemplating? What are the things you should be preparing for and future-proofing yourself against? So we can only imagine those things right now. But if we believe that the climate crisis is going to get worse, that public sentiment is going to become increasingly anxious, that politicians will stand and be elected that will address that, what tools do they have at their disposal? What should you be preparing for going forward? So that panel is at 1:45. And as I mentioned at the beginning, I think for me, the highlight of the day is really looking at how are people and organizations working together to solve some of these big challenges. And the definition of that is doing things that neither party could do on their own. What can we do together that you can't do without us, we can't do without you and the other players in the mix? That collaboration thing, I think you will find quite inspiring, and hopefully will prompt thoughts of, if we have 4 to share today, we'll have 15 this time next year, because I truly believe that that's our biggest, best opportunity. At 4:15, we have the reception, the closing reception. Please, if you're able, do stay on, because we found every year those conversations, while everything's fresh in your mind, you meet people that you may not encounter again in the immediate future. Have those conversations with them today, have them now, and then share what you come up with us. Give us your ideas, give us your thoughts. We're always open and interested, and it will help us frame the greening healthcare program going forward. So, as they say, without further ado, Amandeep, let's pick up the idea of how do we get the most out of our existing aging facilities? What does that look like?
Thanks, everyone, for joining this afternoon, and it's our pleasure to host this event. So let's get to the session where, as we know, with every hospital, finances has been a story for this year and quite a few years, that every project and every aspect has been run through hardship right now. So how do we make these existing facilities run better with the minimum infrastructure that's been needed to do that? So let's get into that. So the key operational measures we talk about in the existing buildings, you've probably seen this quite a few times if you follow greening healthcare. We have done quite a bit amount of work in terms of documenting these through different webinars and all you can find on the greening healthcare website. So AHU scheduling, enthalpy wheel optimization, pump optimization, boiler plant optimization, all of these are kind of categorized as low-hanging measures, which are there still exist in existing buildings. That's going to drive us this agenda forward of improving the facilities as we kind of go through this transition of low carbon decarbonization, in order for us to get to the first stage, which is to make sure that the existing facilities are working as efficiently as we could. And we're able to sort of achieve these through implementing these measures. And we're going to have a lot of examples today through our panelists who are on this path of implementing these measures in their existing buildings, which are, again, different vintage and all the different existing infrastructures. So if you're curious about knowing more details about these measures, you can always go to the Greening Healthcare website. There is a recording available for each of these sessions. there's this funny story I'll talk, and meanwhile you can figure it out. There's a issue in the slide, but I'll tell you there's a funny story behind this. But why do these low-hanging sort of measures get stuck? And these are some of the reasons when we look at it. So generally the first question comes out is that I don't have the capital to implement this, or there's too much understanding of the codes and the standards, and we can't even implement AHU scheduling because we don't have a clarity around what is going to happen to me. How does that implement setback in our operating rooms when I'm not able to talk to our clinical folks about what does that compromise any patient comfort? Or there's a big weak business case in some cases where not all the incentives are taken care into when the business case is presented, and as a result, the paybacks are generally higher, or there's too much information included that's good to have, but it's not required to implement the measures, and which again makes the business case weak to implement these measures. Or in most cases, this is not either a project like a redevelopment project. This is done through a side of the desk and passed on to the facility managers or directors who already have too much on their plate. And this doesn't become a fully executable project where you could actually implement these projects without providing dedicated resources for these measures. So in order to implement, these are some of the bricks that you kind of have to climb over that wall to get to implement these savings. So we're going to talk about some of these challenges with our panelists today. The funny story, the typo I was talking about is kind of if you notice the weak business case, the case E in the end is actually, you have to type it down. We're talking about AI and what it could do. I had a really hard time getting the AI. I created this through AI and had a really hard time getting the AI to put an E beside the case because it originally missed in that and it would not do after a certain iteration, and I gave up. So just a kind of analogy that AI still has a long way to go in terms of how it can help in our buildings. It's just one of the examples where I struggled a lot and eventually had to sort of do this manually. So how can we make this happen? There's kind of key things about this is business case. We heard about this morning from Ann as well as other panelists around how important it is to kind of convince your senior management, your board about a business case. And how could you do that? They got to trust your business case in order for you to kind of do that, allocate their capital. And if the trust is not there, then that is the first piece where the project falls. And we heard a lot about from the financial folks about why some of these projects are not happening, because we're not able to convince them on that you could achieve these savings with a trust. Project examples are key. Like if you know, this is why these sessions are important, because you can have conversations with your peers about what are some of the projects that happen in their facilities and how they can help you build a business case. The realistic paybacks is another one that's usually comes out, and the partners and teams that you choose to work with to help deliver these projects. Who can help you? Obviously, if you're a Greening Healthcare member, you have a technical support and support through peer organizations available to you. Internal teams, external partners, all of there to help you build the business case. The business case has to be the most important things to start with. Once it gets approved, then everything becomes easier from that point onwards. We talked a lot about capital funds, like where is the capital going to come to implement some of these? Even though these are low-hanging fruits, you still need capital to implement them. So these are some of the areas where you can use our funding, incentives, and third-party finances, which again goes back to the people that are able to get that: government, utility companies, private capital. We have Enbridge, Electra, IESO here to talk about those as well. The resources is a big piece. These projects have to have a resource attached to that. If you don't have an executive buy-in or engineering lead or a clinical liaison, which is, I think, very important with these projects, because these are the projects that directly impact a clinical environment, where not in a sense that is in any sense of non-compliance. It is that we got to have a conversation with them to kind of implement these measures. So having those internal champions, external trusted partners is a key to make sure that these projects are happening. Otherwise, if any of these didn't happen, your project's going to stall, and that's where it's happened in the past as well. And the process, we are not going to get into the detail of how and what to do, because this has already been documented through greening healthcare webinars we have done over the past on different measures. So you can actually go to the website, and there's a process about how to implement these measures. Once you have the business case, capital, and resources allocated, you can kind of go through that process as well. That brings me to our panel. Thanks, Ian, Julian, and Simba joining us to talk about their journey, their experiences with implementing and improving the existing facilities. So I was going to start with you, Simba. So you currently have two facilities. One we talked about since morning, which is the Cartology one. That's your sort of the shiny type. But then you have Richmond Hillside, which is your older building. So you have done a lot of work on sort of getting that process started. Maybe if you can help us understand your approach in that, which is you've used the ECDM plan, which is your energy demand conservation plan, as a stepping stone to get an approval from your executive teams around implementing these measures. Can you maybe walk us through that? How was their experience, and what you're actually doing at the Richmond Hill site to get these low-hanging fruits, business case ready and getting approved, and then getting it implemented?
Yeah, thanks, Amadee. I think at the Richmond Hill site and Mackenzie Health in general, we're early in our journey with sustainability. And so there was some talk, about ESG and the development of the ECDM plan. And, we got leadership buy-in on the understanding of the ECDM plan, on its requirement and the need to get it completed. So part of developing the ECDM plan, we partnered up with some industry leaders, and we developed a plan that had a 3-year payback. And we picked certain key low-hanging fruit items at the Richmond Hill site that allowed us to capitalize on that opportunity. So if you go to our website, you can find out that the investment is about $2.8 million with a 3-year payback. Actually, it's 3.24 year payback. And these things all include a payback over the next 5 years. The bulk of it happens in the first 3 years. And the opportunity is actually at the Richmond Hill site is the improvement in the BAS. So our BAS building automation system is actually weak. We didn't have it everywhere. We didn't have all our air handling units on BAS. So implementing that, implementing VFDs, just hooking up the VFD alone allows you to get some energy efficiency, right? So managing that, getting them implemented, that's one of the strategies. And then, we were running all our fan units 100% of the time. So putting a scheduling in place, that's another opportunity we're looking at. So each year we're implementing different phases of the VFD implementation, the BAS implementation. And I believe in the second or third year, we're looking at implementing a heat recovery chiller, which allows us to sort of take some of that load and get the carbon footprint we need. Those are the fundamentals that we were doing. Part of the ROI included recovery dollars to support a resource to help manage some of that delivery of the project, because you're going to need some resources to ensure that you're providing that ROI and able to manage that. So that's I think that was key for us, is that we had to come up and say, hey, we are able to manage, we're able to deliver, but we're looking for a resource, and we were able to still maintain a 3-year payback. So that was some of the discussion points that we had, and we did get a lot of boxes checked from senior leadership that have provided us the go-ahead in year one.
So I just want to go back to the point about introducing these type of measures and improvements to your senior team and getting an approval, because that's where sometimes a lot of the times the roadblocks to getting the implementation is to securing that initial buy-in from senior management. Were you able to kind of get that process flowing within your management and get an approval? And what are some of their concerns? Because these are probably similar concerns that most of the folks here are looking or going to get asked when they present this idea to their management.
I think at the baseline is the ECDM plan is a legislated model. So although there are no penalties at the present time, but it's legislated that all hospitals have to have a 5-year plan and have to have a model to reduce energy. And we leveraged that legislative plan to leadership. And you know what? We have the ear of our leadership, right? They were interested in making the forward movement, and they were interested in sustainability, ESG. So we just capitalized on that, and we continued that discussion. The other thing was that it helped a lot. The fact that we had the Cordalucci bond site that was achieving the first two, I guess, as number one or number two in the energy model. So, that created a lot of momentum, a lot of discussion, and to continue that into Richmond Hill. So we sort of taken that momentum and leveraged it to Richmond Hill. So that helped quite a bit.
Thanks, Emma. That's helpful. Ian, you've been part of this for a very long time with UHN first, and then now at Sinai. And as you mentioned, there's been a lot of redevelopment going on at the Sinai site, and some of that is kind of behind you now, with some of the little bit of shiny equipment, but not throughout. How are you seeing this transition happening at your facilities with implementing these low-hanging measures, and what sort of support are you expecting, from the management and also from your team?
Yeah. Thanks very much, Amandeep. For those that don't know me, I was at UHN for nearly 3 decades, and in January I joined Sinai. So my first message is never waste a good opportunity that is thrown your way to actually introduce new ideas to the executive. So as the new kid on the block, and the first thing I heard when I got in the door was, oh my goodness, actually the very first day I walked in, they had a code gray because our ventilation system shut down. I think within the first week, I also heard them say, you have to do something about our ventilation system because our cooling in the summer shuts down our ORs because our humidity is not under control because we can't get the cooling. So right there, I had from the executive this intent and this buy-in because, the lack of attention to the operational side and managing the systems was actually directly impacting clinical care. Now, you never, ever want that. But what you don't want to do is waste the opportunity that's actually presented to you. And so, the project has shifted. We are now final completion is done and behind us, and we're focusing in operations. And there's a number of things that came up out of that. And the one sort of clear example as well, and I think this, goes a little bit to Ian's comment in terms of how you actually get collaboration. So I got there, and I'll talk about the cooling side first. On the cooling side, they said, you have to do something. This was in January, but they knew cooling was going to start to hit us. It was going to start to become a real issue. And so I started to ask the facilities team. By the way, I did not have a director. Now we have a director for facilities because the position was vacant. But I asked the team, I'm like, why can't we get cooling? And the first response was, well, we just, OnWave, we're on deep lake cooling. So through OnWave cannot provide the capacity that we need. And I sat back going, I've been at UHN talking with OnWave for years, and there's no way because OnWave has more capacity in deep lake cooling than is possible. What the heck is going on? So through engagement of different engineering teams, actually I'll call them up. I saw Kurt here, Kurt Smith and Anderson, but also from Quasar Engineering, the facilities team, the OnWave team, bringing everybody together and sitting down and going, something doesn't make any sense. Why don't we do that? So rather than sort of really digging into it, so the mentality had been, no, we'll just figure out how we can add more cooling. They were going to bring in a 300-ton chiller temporarily for the summer. That's an enormous amount of work, an enormous amount of money. And I said, that doesn't make any sense. We need to do that. And you bring the teams together and they're all going, no, you don't need to do that, but we need to spend a bit of money, like a bit of money, guys. I mean, it was spending something in the range of $20,000-$30,000 to actually have the system reviewed, looked at, try to understand what it was. And what we found is the system from a cooling loop perspective just wasn't balanced. The system wasn't operating in an appropriate mode. They had locked it open in a very, very fast flow, which made your cooling coils completely inefficient, which meant we were not actually pulling the energy that we needed from the cooling loop to actually be able to cool the spaces down, which meant, of course, then, that you couldn't get the dehumidification, which shut down the OR. So a lot of work and a lot of, collaboration across the board. Ended up finding out that yes, we can slow ours down. Yes, OnWave can drop their temperature input temperature, so that we could get an appropriate utilization of the capacity. And without bringing in a chiller, without spending all of that money, with some rebalancing of the system, we managed through the crazy heat of the summer. And so there's taking an opportunity of something and rather than saying, well, let's just try and fix it with a Band-Aid, is go back and take a look at it. And so now, and through the work that we've done with Enerlife, we're able to show we've actually reduced our utilization, not increased. So not only do we have a better balanced system, we have something actually meeting the needs of the OR, but we're reducing our utilization. So that's taking advantage of that opportunity in terms of what you can do. On the ventilation side, again, that's more of a system issue. Projects are great, but the one disadvantage of projects is you basically end up with a Frankenstein of systems unless you actually completely rebuild. And the systems weren't talking to each other properly. So again, it's a stop the project, focus on, we didn't stop the project is stopped, and now we can focus on how to get the systems to talk to each other. So let's take advantage of those situations.
Thanks, and I'll come back to you about your journey you talked about, and which is you're going to embark on now to sort of look at these additional low-hanging fruits in your building in a second. I'll go to Julian in a second. I see a lot of faces that I want to give a shout out to as well. Please, if you have any questions, please raise your hand. We have, actually, where's Mike? We have Gideon and Mike probably. Caroline is there. So if any questions from audience to our panel, please feel free to raise your hand and I'll take them. So Julian, from Enbridge perspective, you have a team that is currently going out to the facilities, talking to them about these particular measures, because a lot of the measures are in sort of your preview of getting implemented. But in many cases, you probably seen that they get introduced, identified, but then get stalled, because for obvious reasons. What has your experience been? And maybe if you can share example where Enbridge was able to kind of uninstall some of these measures and how you're actually supporting the hospitals to implement some of these measures.
Yeah, sure. I guess I would say from our perspective at Enbridge, our support is flexible. It's varied. It kind of depends on the owner and the hospital, right? On the capacity you want to utilize us in. Obviously, the most important part is funding, right? We have money and everybody needs money. But beyond that, we work with facilities managers or energy managers or people who wear a lot of different hats. And they don't have the resources really to push those projects forward, right? Like they understand the value in these energy efficiency projects, but keeping the lights on is really important too, right? So in that sense, I think our support would be, we can come up with a business case. We have to do that anyways. We have to calculate the savings for these projects. We report them to the Ontario Energy Board. They're audited by the Ontario Energy Board. So the savings that we're calculating are very real. We can kind of help drive the project forward from that perspective to the decision maker on this is a great project, and here's why, right? And with the funding, it's an even better project, right? I would say beyond that too, we are an impartial third-party voice for these projects, right? We don't really have any skin in the game. We're not trying to sell anything. We're the utility, right? And yeah, funnily enough, I was talking to Parisa this morning, who's from Sunnybrook, and she said, okay, you know, we're doing a great project, but it's almost like senior leadership doesn't believe the savings this project could generate, right? And I told her, you know, we're going to present our findings, we're going to present our savings that we've come up with. Again, audited by the Ontario Energy Board. It's very real, and that can kind of move the needle too, and kind of give that kind of convincing case to senior leadership that, you know, this is just a vendor who's saying they're not trying to sell us anything. This is a utility saying that kind of stuff, right? We have a lot of case studies, so don't feel like you have to be the guinea pig, right? If you're trying to take on something and there's some uncertainty about the savings or the project, we've done a lot of every kind of project, I think, at hospitals across Ontario, right? So we can give you those case studies. I've connected owners with other owners before to talk about their experiences with implementing a project or maybe getting over that clinician barrier that's also very real in some sites, right? So that's another, I guess, resource we can provide to help get some of these projects across the hurdles that they encounter. I'll also say one more thing. We recognize that there's a lot of good work being done in this sector. So Enbridge ourselves, we've expanded our team. It used to be just myself and my colleague Adam Trello, who's sitting at the corner table over there, and we did all the hospitals in Ontario. You guys are doing a lot of work. We want to increase our support, right? All those items we touched on, we want to be more engaged, and so we brought on 2 new people to our team to help manage Ontario and the hospital sector in Ontario. So if you don't know who your advisor is from Enbridge, we're all sitting over there in that corner table. We have a booth, so come say hi. But we're also increasing our resources to help support you guys better and get across some of those hurdles for sure.
Thanks, Shirley. I'll come back to you with another follow-up. I just want to go to the audience. I see a lot of our colleagues from hospitals. Trust has come 3 times, and I mentioned a couple of times because I've seen that a lot as well when these ideas are presented to the senior management. Just by raise of hand from hospital, how important do you think when you kind of bring this business case to your management, that the question comes around, can we trust these savings? Like, I'm going to invest in this. Can I trust these savings? And how important is that for you to convince them on that part? Because is that the major deciding factor in sort of getting the funding in most cases? With the hospitals who are in there, like when you presented this idea or any other project generally, because typically what we're seeing right now is the business case is made, but there's 2 components. One is the ask for the capital, and second is the savings. And generally, the senior management is asking, can I trust these numbers? So from your experience, like how often that conversation happen when you have those ideas presented? I have a yes from Kyle. Okay. Patrick? Awesome. Okay, so I think some of these hospitals, we that's generally one of the case. Maybe I think I'll take back this to you. I think we talked about, Ian, your journey around now taking this over to the next stage where you've done the redevelopment projects and now getting into the low-hanging fruits measures initially, which is going to need a business case, which is going to need an approval from your senior management. How do you see that happening, and how do you empowering your team, which obviously, as you know, have a lot on their hands, and how do you sort of making sure that this is not something that's done on the side of the desk? Like, what is your approach to that?
Yeah, thanks, Amandeep. So something obviously set up at UHN and doing the same thing at Sinai. But I think one of the things that we always have to remember and come back to as a starting principle is that regardless of what we're doing, we need to ensure that we're not negatively impacting patient care. So if anything that we choose requires us to then curtail anything on the way of patient care or adds an element of risk to patient care, you're never going to get buy-in in a hospital. It's just not going to happen. So you actually have to be able to come forward and assure, executive table that is the approach. You are never going to do that. So, and sometimes you actually have to say it right up front. This will not negatively impact that. I think the other thing is that executive always wants to understand a holistic approach to what you're doing. You can't just come piecemeal with, I want to do this, or this is a great idea. How about we move this forward? And yes, there are lots of business cases out there, but you need a more holistic approach that actually says, I'm going to take a look at this. Here's all the different, elements that we are contemplating. And here are the ones that are either low hanging fruit, easy to do, less risk to the organization. And you take a look at the financials. And how do you actually do that? It actually means building, I'll call it a sustainable capital renewal program. But first and foremost, hospitals are not really good at capital renewal. We're really good at wait till it breaks and then fix it. And we actually need to do something a whole lot different, which is a capital renewal. And that's something that I helped really drive when I was at UHN, and sort of helping the executive understand, what does that mean? Hopefully more people here understand what a capital renewal program is, but basically it is taking a look at your existing systems, understanding what all your assets are. What does that life cycle look like? What does that actual maintenance and management, what does your breakdown look like? Where are you going to see the highest risk of failure? And then that's where you need to focus. That's your opportunity right there, because then you actually have to fix it. Well, then you got to look at it and go, what's the most sustainable way to actually be able to fix this and bring that forward? If you can get the organization to agree to an ongoing regular capital renewal program, and this is what I set up, and this is what I have absolutely every intention of getting going at Sinai, is this ongoing program, not a one-off project, but a program that has a regular cycle to it. So you have a year of planning, 1 to 2 years of implementation, a year of planning, 1 to 2 years of implementation. And then through that capital renewal program, you start to determine what the value of your investment in your organization should be on an annual basis. And so they are recognizing that, and there are ways to calculate it. And if anybody ever wants to know, talk to me about how to actually calculate what that annual investment for those in the hospital. Please don't rely on HERF. That's never going to get you anywhere from that perspective. But once you figure out what that annual investment is, and then you take a look at what where you can get the best bang for making your systems reliable, stable, and sustainable. And you can. There's absolutely zero reason why you can't combine them. And so it comes back to don't impact patient care, get far more reliable systems, and then weave into that sustainability. My experience is if you just try to drive it straight from a sustainability perspective, you will not get the buy-in, because the primary responsibility of hospitals is patient care. So build the renewal program, make sure you don't impact anything, and then get that sustainability woven into the very fabric of how you actually work and choose projects to actually move forward.
Thanks. And a lot of these measures, when we talk about them, they're actually driving all the things you talked about. They're not only sort of reducing your energy and emissions, but the systems are getting checked, because the ventilation systems, the COVID when happened, it actually put an emphasis on the ventilation systems. Nobody cared about ventilation system prior to that, but everybody sort of talked about ventilation system when COVID happened. So these measures, all of them are actually improving and checking, and viability, all those aspects is actually getting tested when you're implementing these measures. And if you were to implement any of these, this has to be code compliance and CSA compliance. So the occupant patient sort of health and safety is actually improved in most of the cases, because now there's a system that exists, you tested it, it is responding to different conditions, it's responding to catastrophic events, and you're able to say that your senior management, in case of next time there's a pandemic, or there's a fire, or there's a smoke event, we're able to run our system because we have checked, tested, and implement these measures at our building.
So if I could just add one more thing, because right now for hospitals, you're in I'll call it again, a unique crisis situation. So don't waste the crisis. So you talk about the fact that you turn around and you have to justify the savings. Well, right now we're in a period of significant fiscal constraint, and the ministry has turned around and said, how can you save money? So if you can implement a renewal system that keeps our existing systems running, makes them run more efficiently, and makes them more sustainable, thereby reducing, in fact, your utility costs or your maintenance costs, now's the perfect opportunity to put that forward.
Thanks. Yeah, that's a great point. Matt, good.
Yeah. Hi, Ian. Thank you. Quick question for you with respect to this opportunity that you've leveraged in the past with establishing a capital replacement game plan. What opportunities or what situations are you able to implement such that your capital funding is guaranteed to be there in year 3 if you've planned for it in year 1? And I've acknowledged the situation where we've sort of established this framework. However, we get to that year 3 and that $2 million that we were heavily relying on to be there is no longer available for XYZ reason.
Yeah. So it's taking your current condition assessment and understanding what your current condition assessment is, and what that's going to look like over a period of time and projecting it over a period of time. So any organization will have a capital replacement value, and you can calculate what that looks like. And if you look at the literature, it'll tell you that you should be investing a certain amount, an annual capital renewal value. That number should be somewhere between 1% and 2% of your capital replacement value. If you don't invest that into your system, what you'll show is that your deferred maintenance will continue to climb. And then your facility will go from being in, good, in the case of Cortellucci, brand new, looking great, everything's working well, to some of the older facilities, or I'll call them Frankenstein buildings that have been added on over years. And you're going to end up in an FCI, or a condition that is poor. And if you let it go long enough, it'll actually degrade. You'd be amazed at how many executive or board don't understand that. And so you actually need to be able to pull it up to a high level. So when I was at UHM, we were having a significant problem with the lack of investment. So I actually put that framework together in a high enough level system that people could understand it at an executive and a board level. And I presented it to the board. And I said, I need to build the program and I need to invest. I'm going to throw big numbers out here, okay? I need to invest, $25 to $40 million annually. It was almost a decade ago. When I left UHN, that number was closer to $65 million on an annual basis. When I took it to the board and said, this is what I need, and the investment prior to that was in the range of $5 to $10 million. And the board said, and at that point, the board was starting to really, really get worried about the conditions of the building. And the board said, what if I give you $100 million right now? And I said, no, I need to be able to build a program because it has to go on a cycle. And you need to build this up over time, and you need to commit to this value on an ongoing basis. So as part of the capital planning process at UHN now, every year there's a commitment of a dollar value at a minimum level of what has to go into the capital renewal. And then the capital renewal team figures out each year what it is going to use that funding to address issues, and there's the UHN team is here from a sustainability. You can ask them in that whole aspect of sustainability and reducing, greenhouse gas emissions. All of that's woven into that plan as part of that. So, but you got to start up here where, your board and your executive are going to understand and get that long-term commitment, or they're going to end up in places where their hospital needs to be completely rebuilt. And I'm sorry, we can't afford to rebuild every hospital in Ontario.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. Simba, going on that, you have another facility, which is, as we talked about since morning, this is a brand new building, which is performing really good. But that doesn't stop you to sort of look at other opportunities in that building. So, and that still kind of resonates around the same fundamentals around implementing sort of low-hanging fruits. Like, can you talk about what your plans for the CVH site are and how you're sort of making this happen?
Yeah, so the ECDM plan that we prepared for Port Lucie site looked at opportunities, at potential scheduling again. Now the site is already has schedules, right? When they built the building, they had put a lot of rigor into the scheduling, but there's certain areas that were running custom volume fans like the OR. So one of the implementation that we're doing is scheduling the ORs to run the fans 30% during the off periods, and then ramping it up with sensors and so forth when they need it. There's some substantial savings there that weren't allocated in the original plan. Then we're looking at, we've lived in the building for 5 years now, so maybe we need to take a second look at the schedule and have a better handle and understand whether there are other opportunities of planning and scheduling that again. Because, when you live in the building, things change, things are very dynamic, and you can always go back and take a look at other opportunities there. And then the last step is, of course, we're looking at benchmarking a temperature standard where during peak periods, we would set a temperature to not exceed, so that we were controlling and managing that together as an organization. So those are the 3 opportunities that we're looking at. And in that particular case, those 3 opportunities, we looked at, if I'm not mistaken, we looked at $180-something thousand investment with savings of less than 2 years. So over the years, we're going to reap the benefits of that once that takes off.
Thanks, Abba. Any questions from the audience to our panelists? Okay. Julian, you guys, one of the things, I think Jana's going to talk about this as well. One of the things that we typically also notice happening is that the collaborations, which we're going to talk about later this afternoon as well. But when these business cases are presented, in cases there's opportunity miss, either Enbridge incentives are carried or an IESO incentives are carried. In very few cases, both are carried. Like, how do we kind of make that? And I think if you have any comments, Vicky or Yana, like, how do we make this as a better process for the hospitals so they don't miss on the opportunity to present a strong business case to their senior management and then make this happen? Because if a business case is not strong, neither of you, either Enbridge or IESO, is going to benefit because the project's not going to happen in that case, right? So what's your perspective on that? And then probably we'll have Yana comment on that, or Vicky comment on that as well later.
Yeah, I mean, I think our collaboration with the electrical utilities could be better. But myself and our team, if there is electrical savings on a project, we calculate the electrical savings for projects as well, by the way. So we do the gas savings analysis. We also do the electrical savings for projects as well. If there is electrical savings on a project, we will usually let the owner know this, right? And get them in contact with either, IESO or Clear Result or whoever's managing the Save on Energy program on that side. Because we understand that to get that project forward, maybe our funding is not always enough, and that we need to pull in other parties to assist in that. I'll also say that, whatever funding rates you see from us out there, you're not bound to those rates. If you have a project and I tell you, okay, we can contribute 50 grand to this, and you say, that's not going to do it. I need 70 grand. I need 80 grand. Absolutely. That's a conversation we can have. We can bring that back to our finance team, to our program management team, and come up with a higher custom incentive to move that project across the goal line, right? So don't feel bound by those rates. And yeah, we can be that liaison between you and the electrical utility to essentially maximize those incentive dollars. We are collaborating with them now. We're collaborating on some new stuff with them as well. And it could be better, and we're going to make it better.
Yeah, I think just the takeaway, one of the takeaways for the hospital that are planning these projects is to ensure that you get the best incentives for the utility companies. You don't have many opportunities to kick the can. Like, when you do engage with them, ask for more. There's no shame, as Julian pointed out. If they're offering you 100,000, ask for 150, and let's see how they respond, because your business case is going to get better, and its chances of getting it approved with a better payback is much higher. And then you can actually use those dollar incentives if you're able to within other projects as well.
Yeah, and Amandeep, on that one too, like I said, our projects are reviewed by the Ontario Energy Board. They're going to say, did this owner really need that financial incentives, right? And If you're asking for more and we're literally giving you the exact amount of money to get that project across the goal line, that incentive is very influential. We're very happy to increase our incentive rates if a project is hanging on that funding, right, to get it going forward. So we're absolutely more than happy to provide more funding to get a project across the goal line, for sure.
Awesome. Thank you, panelists. That's the time we have. Thank you, everyone, for listening in. I'll bring it. Let's start with the reality that the majority of, with a big caveat, but the majority of the projects we're talking about, when Amardeep talks about low-hanging fruit, sorry? Yes, you are. Yes, you're ferreting and sticking. Yes. They're mostly good investments. And the recommendation that it's how we characterize the projects in terms of being good for patient care and never ever being harmful to patient care, all of those things really matter. So communication, positioning, we've talked about that all through the day here. And engineers are not always that great at communication, but we need to become it. We've got to get that piece right to move projects forward. But the reality that most of these investments, even when we're talking about decarbonization and Simba's comments about heat recovery chillers, these things actually pay for themselves over the life cycle that they're there. They have a positive net present value. So it's how we position it as opposed to are these good investments, and the trust and the credibility, those are a big deal. We have this kind of financial modeling, and you can see what it looks like here. You can put the projects in, the ECDM plan, the operational stuff, the ECDM plan and the retrofits. Then we start looking at infrastructure renewal projects and not going like for like, but looking at the low carbon alternative. And then we look at pure decarbonization projects that would only happen because we've got to get our carbon numbers down. And we're going to talk about that in just a moment. So that kind of life cycle cost analysis is easily done if you have a project, you're not sure how to position it or what the math looks like. Whether you're a Greening Healthcare member or not, give us a call because we're happy to kind of help you through that. We got to move these projects forward. So the starting point, we're talking about positive investments here, things the board would be proud of as long as they trust the numbers. So the next piece then is exactly what was touched on here. The electric industry, the electrical system is looking for all the sources of electricity capacity they can, where conservation efficiency is arguably the best. Because the alternative is we got to build more. They're gas-fired turbines or they're nuclear. They are crazy expensive. So we've asked Jana to come in here and just talk a bit through, if you like, the frame of mind and the drivers at the IESO these days that are looking at these issues of how and how much should we be investing in energy efficiency as a source of new electrical supply for the growth that we know is coming. So, Jana, there you are.
Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Jana Jedlowska. I'm a senior advisor at the IESO. Vicky and I work together. We're in the demand side management group, and we talked a lot about green teams here today, and I feel like we're kind of the green team of IESO. So, can you do this? Yeah. So Ian actually said quite a bit about sort of, why it is that we're here. But essentially, I'll provide a little bit of a different perspective on why energy efficiency matters to us. And it's kind of a practical perspective. So part of the team, part of our transmission planning team at the IESO, what they do is they forecast out electricity and what the impacts on the electrical grid will be long term. And current forecasts are that 60 to 75% our grid is going to increase by the time of 2050. And really that kind of scale and impact on the grid is quite unprecedented in Ontario. So the energy efficiency
that everybody here is involved in really plays a very critical role in managing our grid going forward. We do have to plan, make sure that our demand is being met by all the transmission and all the generation stations. So this is part of the reason why we're here. This is part of the reason why the Minister of Energy and Mines has given us quite a lot of money to give to you for these energy efficiency projects. So for the next 12 years, we've got almost $11 billion to spend on really great projects where we can verify the savings. And what we know, so Jillian talked about it a little bit on Enbridge side, but for us, our programs are also audited very, very heavily. And what we do know is that these are very effective, cost-effective programs for the ratepayers of Ontario. So for every kilowatt hour that's saved through our programs, it's 2 kilowatt hours that are avoided from needing to build extra capacity. Oh, fantastic. Thank you. Okay. I didn't know that. So there's a new role for LDCs. So we've got a lecture here today. For those of you that are not, in Mississauga or Toronto with Toronto Hydro, we've signed new contracts with LDCs all across Ontario. Most of them have signed with us. So they're going to be a partner and a collaborator with us in these Save on Energy programs. Those of you that have great working relationships with them, feel free to contact them. They're going to be there. They're going to know our programs very well. They're going to be there in different capacities, able to support you through the application process. There's 2 streams there. Stream 1 is the support, promotion, delivery of programs. And stream 2, in areas where they're going to be a little bit more grid constrained, they're going to be able to create new programs specific to those areas. So that'll be coming in the next year. I'm not going to go through this slide. It's very, very busy, but essentially we have many, many programs to make sure that we can serve every single business or resident, small business, large business, capacity building. So if you go on our website, you're going to be greeted with a whole lot of programs, and we're there to support and make sure that we can help you navigate it. So it's a good news story, and it's also an opportunity. So we've had a longstanding relationship and longstanding history of working with the healthcare here through our Save on Energy programs. $13 million plus incentives. This is on the low end. This encapsulates only one program. 12 megawatts of savings, 78 gigawatt hours. It's like removing 9,000 homes from Ontario. It's fairly good, but I think what we've all talked about and all the amazing projects that are happening, I think we can do better. And we have a lot of money to be there for you, to support you in all the energy efficiency projects going forward. So I'd love to see that in the next 6 years, this number is, 3 times the amount. Okay, so I only have, I think 2 minutes left. So I'm going to talk about 2 programs out of the whole suite of programs. We've got the Expanded Energy Management Program right now. So what it can be here for you is, 1, we can fund your energy managers. So a lot of you are already taking advantage of this. If you aren't, please reach out. So it is a 50% cost sharing basis, So we can fund 50% of the salary of an energy manager, up to $100,000. The second one is strategic energy management support. So that's a subset of this program. And essentially, it's free coaching. So I think all of us here, I've heard lots from the speakers talking about collaboration, working together, helping each other out. This is that in an organized manner. 2-year program where like-minded individuals in this program are grouped together in a cohort. We already have a healthcare cohort, 1. We can have another one where these energy managers or facilities managers, anyone that's implementing energy efficiency in their facility can join this. They are grouped together and on a monthly basis meet up and are led through a very specific energy management learning. Okay, and this one, really exciting, Accelerate program. So you wouldn't have heard about this program. It is brand new, hot off the press. It launched last week. Our minister announced it. So we're able to talk about it. So Accelerate program. So this is going to be the flagship large projects program. So this program is suited for industrial facilities, institutional, healthcare, municipal, universities. And essentially, it is meant to support your very large scale projects. For those of you that have sort of numbers in mind, 600 megawatt hours of savings plus. The incentives are higher than any other program that's out there. The cost sharing is higher than any other program. So we will fund up to 75% of eligible costs, up to $15 million. We've got feasibility study funding. So we had this years ago. It's coming back again, 50% cost sharing basis. So if you're thinking about any feasibility studies for an energy efficiency project, come talk to us. And we've really simplified the application process and are providing a lot of support. We will meet you wherever you are in your journey, whether you've got measurement verification expertise on hand or not, we can help with that. For those of you that are here, we talked about DBFM P3. If you're on that side, this program can also be used for incentives for third-party organizations that are operating facilities. And that, okay, so 2 incentive streams, feasibility study and project incentives. And we've got myself, we've got Vicky, we've got a few colleagues at the office as well to really help you on your journey. Thank you very much.
So for context for this panel, we also have Pierre with us, which I'll introduce in just a moment to speak to the British Columbia situation. And we also wanted to, Mike Rohan, who many of you will remember from Northwell Health in New York, for budgetary reasons was not able to join us today, but he did provide some of the latest and greatest stories. If you're a Billy Joel fan, this is kind of a New York state of mind with respect to energy efficiency and conservation. So thanks to Mike for sharing these slides. He would do a far better job of presenting them, but we'll run through the way we're going. First of all, the hospitals in New York City work together in what they call a climate advisory board. Interesting coming together of hospitals to deal with a common opportunity or a common threat. In this case, Local Law 97, the climate, the carbon cap legislation. So this group is there. I want to explore what hospital collaboratives here could look like. How can you work together to deal with issues? Interesting membership of this group. You can see hospitals involved there, headed by a union representative and environmental co-chairs. So interesting structure they put around this, but highlighted are a number of the major hospitals, MSK, Northwell, Presbyterian, some of the leaders in New York, getting together on a regular basis to look at the regulations and talk about how they're going to impact and how they can be improved. So this has become very much a city-hospital collaboration. So let's get this right. We understand the need. We're not going to oppose, but we want to make sure that we can manage it and it deals well with us. So the idea of membership of this climate group. The CLCPA, if you haven't heard of this, New York State has one of the most, in our view, progressive approaches to exactly what it says, climate leadership and community protection. Do you remember what we heard a moment ago about you got to protect this? So you got to position this in a way that is acceptable to politicians, it's acceptable to hospitals, acceptable to politicians. So community protection, that matters because they know the harm. New York has seen some pretty savage treatment through hurricanes over the years. So the state positioned it in this manner, but a series of specific goals over time leading up to 2050. This provides the context for everything that New York is doing, including very generous incentive programs, but increasingly stringent regulations saying, you know, we're going to help you, carrots and sticks. And I think many of you have heard of Local Law 97 now, but it's one on this slide of a series of local laws that the city of New York, has put in place, becoming more and more assertive around labeling, around auditing, around financing, and now Local Law 97 around carbon caps. If any building goes above a certain kilograms per square foot of emissions, they pay fines. So our friend Mike Rohan, Northwell Health, is facing, in addition, more than $10 million a year of fines under Local Law 97 over time if they don't take action, which they're absolutely planning to do. Northwell themselves talk about this so-called balanced hybrid approach. We like the word hybrid. This energy transition is never going to be binary. We're going to be fossil fuel today and we'll be all electric tomorrow. There's going to be a long transition period where both coexist in the way that makes the most economic sense and still gets us to our economic goals. I want to point out to you the right-hand side of this slide, what Northwell refers to as their Energy Conservation Sustaining Fund, which effectively is a green fund. So the savings they make, the measured, verified savings they make, plus the incentives they receive, since 2019, those are accumulating in a fund that is used and could be applied for and drawn down by any of their 34 sites across New York and Long Island to fund the kind of projects that they need to do. So they kind of recognize this, saying, we want to reinvest this funding. And just in case we get the sense that everything's cool in the United States right now around funding, the cuts the administration is making to Medicaid, they have hospitals in the US that are closing now because of that loss of funding. In many communities, it's the lion's share of hospitals' revenue. So they are struggling under financial pressures just exactly the same as we are. This is not an America versus Canada thing. We're kind of all in this together. But the idea of a revolving fund. So we get all these ideas coming from other jurisdictions. Want to introduce, they're kind of summarized in this way. And this is a useful slide when the recording comes out in the next few days. So all of this will be online and available. But you can see all the different sources of funding. The revolving fund is in the middle there. HERF is in there. The capital budget competing with clinical needs. These discussions have been held. We're interested in off-balance sheet kind of operating lease financing and talking to providers of that, and we'll likely be sharing that with you next year. So you got to pay for this kind of work. There's a lot of opportunities for doing that. And in terms of regulations, building codes are evident. We've got building codes to deal with, but at the city level, and we'll hear from Duncan in just a moment, green building standards coming up. What's the experience with those? How are they working? Carbon pricing came and went. I predict it will come back. They won't be called carbon taxes because that now is toxic, but carbon pricing, carbon costs, and the user pay principle is there. But all of these issues are around supporting regulations because ultimately, as the pressure mounts around climate change, governments are going to have to take action. And they have very limited tools to work with. They can give you money, they can fine you, and they can set building codes of things you have to do. And they will take advantage of all of those things sooner or later. So with that in mind, let me welcome our panel. I mentioned already, Duncan from the city of Toronto, who's in the lead of all of the cool, interesting things that the city is doing, like big cities across Canada and across North America. So big cities have a role to play in this. And some of the smaller municipalities follow them. Happy to have Pierre here. So he's mentioned earlier, he was previously heading energy and environment with Island Health in British Columbia. now, congratulations, the executive director of the David Suzuki Foundation. We have a lot of things that we plan to do with DSF now that's running. Grateful to Kyle for making the time out from Sick Kids. Kyle's been working with us and a small group looking at some of these financing options, what works, what doesn't work. If you want to have something like a green fund, how do you carry it forward from year to year when you've got annual operating budgets? So the practicality of this. And Vicky, picking up on what Jana's just told us about what the IESO is doing, more importantly, why it's doing it, what we can expect in the future, and how that fits into the mix. So welcome, panel. And Kyle, let me start with you. I'm intrigued with this climate advisory board in New York. We got Tassin here, and how do you see these hospital collaboratives, maybe, where are they at right now, and how do they become stronger in terms of supporting collective action?
Yeah, thank you. You did a great job for Mike, but for those who haven't met Mike, please reach out to him. He's a great resource. He's also an awesome presenter, so it's a shame he couldn't make it this year. But definitely, Mike and I have talked a couple of times, and this climate advisory group they have there is quite interesting in regards to, I'll talk some similarities in regards to the Thousand Hospitals, or the Toronto Academic Science Health Network group, and the community practice we have in regards to sustainable health systems. But the one thing that's different with the group in New York is the influence on policy. And I would say that they are more strategic in regards to maximizing any incentives that are out there, in regards to how they are addressing the impacts of climate change and reducing the greenhouse gases. And that's a strength of that group and that advisory team from that standpoint across the board. And so also their ability to maximize their green revolving fund, which I know a lot of universities have done really well. But I do think right now it's an area where we're struggling in a little bit in regards to healthcare here in hospitals. The community practice within the Thousand Hospitals, really right now we've been focusing on, and actually it was the facilitator, I'm not sure she's still here, Dr. Fiona Miller. No, I think she had to leave, but she presented earlier today. Her group through Cascades is actually a facilitator for us, and I sit on the leadership board there. We've been more focused right now on developing scorecards and quite a few different initiatives. The one area that I think we need to strengthen is looking at funding opportunities in regards to seeing how can we go out there and change, looking from a ministry standpoint, what's available specifically to move forward sustainable initiatives to reduce our GHGs, electrification, and waste. Ian brought up some really interesting ways that we'll talk about later, how to maximize deferred maintenance or capital renewal with the challenges that we're facing right now. But looking at the formula that they're doing in New York, I do believe green revolving funds is something that we have to start looking at in regards to what we're doing here in Ontario.
So I think everybody's gathered now. One of the central themes flowing through all of today is collaborations. We have a great interest in collaborations between hospitals with similar interests, which come in all kinds of different ways. Pierre, let's pick up on British Columbia, where everything is green and beautiful, right? And just going back to this, I don't know if you can see. You can't see the screen, right?
No, but I can.
Okay, look at it from there.
That's okay.
Michael, that's one thing I forgot to check this morning is the screen is not visible for the panelists. I wonder, why is everybody looking around them there? Next year will be better. So Pierre, what on this list is working really well in BC and what perhaps could be improved?
Thanks, Ian. When I was prepping for this panel, I looked at the list. It's mostly carrots, which is kind of interesting. But I actually think we need a few more sticks in BC. There's a lot of guidance, which are suggestions. But I think, like I said, there could be some more sticks in there. The majority of the health authorities are not going to meet their 2030 targets. So I think there needs to be stricter regulation around how we get there. As far as carrots, though, Kyle mentioned the Green Revolving Fund. I helped set one up about 3 years ago, and it was probably one of the most impactful things that we did Quickly, it grew to multi-millions of dollars. We basically put all of the incentives and rebates that we got from our utility partners into that green revolving fund. And the guidelines around it were that it was nimble and innovative. It funded projects that didn't have other funding sources, and it's been incredibly, incredibly successful. So I concur with Kyle that if you can set up a green revolving fund, or if you have one, it can be a really amazing vehicle to take action. In BC, is a public sector organization. Actually, I should do a disclaimer. I'm with the David Suzuki Foundation. I left Island Health just a few months ago, and I still say we, and I still think I'm with Island Health, and I still take ownership of it. So when I say we, just remember that I'm not an official spokesman for Island Health anymore. But in BC, public sector organizations have to be carbon neutral. So they pay a carbon offset every year for not being carbon neutral. So that's a stick and a carrot. The stick is we started paying almost $1 million in carbon offsets. The carrot is to reduce it because that's a permanent budget line item. So last year we paid $625,000. So the difference went into my operating budget. So there's incentive to reduce that number as much as possible. The BC government then takes some of those carbon offsets funds and puts it into a carbon neutral capital program fund, and every health authority gets a certain amount. So Island Health got about $3 million, and those projects are put to the top of the list as the highest priority. Probably the biggest impact, I see Enbridge is here, and we just heard about the IESO. Our partnerships with Fortis BC and BC Hydro are probably the biggest impact in a positive way. BC Hydro and Fortis BC funded 6 of my staff and paid up to 80% of their salaries. So it was great to hear the last speaker talk about all the initiatives that the IESO is launching. They've had incredible success. They funded my position as a director, energy managers, energy specialists. We piloted with both utility partners, building automation systems specialist role through the continuous optimization. And we had the first BAS in healthcare, and pretty quickly proved its worth, where continuous optimization was resulting in low cost, no cost energy and GHG emissions reductions. We then hired 3 more. So Island Health has 4 BAS now, and that's funded through the utility partners. Massive, massive impact in a positive way. There's also incentives around bringing new buildings into the energy program, piloting new technology. Natural gas reductions is an interesting one with Fortis BC, because we've asked them, like, how comfortable are you with some of this work we're doing? One of our projects is going to reduce natural gas by 90%. So I think they're getting a little uncomfortable with some of the success we're having, but they've been incredible partners. Both utility partners have funded us in the tens of millions of dollars throughout the years. And as I said, the incentives are then fed into a green revolving fund, which has been incredibly, incredibly successful and impactful. At Island Health itself, climate change and action on greenhouse gas emissions reductions are baked into the organizational goals. So again, I see that as a carrot and a stick. We have the board and the senior leadership eyes on our work. And so we have to justify any failures or why we're not meeting targets. And so it's great to have that support, but that increased scrutiny is also, I see, is a bit of a stick. Those are really the high points. I think I can't say enough about our utility partnerships. I think that's really the way that healthcare across the country should go. Those really strong partnerships. They really appreciate the pilot projects that we do and funding those as well. And again, huge success both on the natural gas side and the electricity side. So yeah, those are the high points.
Great high points. Thank you. Let me just, for your interest, pick up a couple of other items on this. On the carrot side, the Canada Infrastructure Bank, and I know many of you talking to Ryan and Blackstone and the funding they have from CIB to put projects together. That is a huge deal. So relatively low interest cost funding for projects. The other one I want to pick up on that I know will be a bigger topic next year, energy metering. So what was interesting, Steve Rees has been through this so many times, but data drives energy efficiency. Every facility is different. Its footprint, if you like, is best characterized by how it uses energy and when it uses energy. Interval metering means rather than just reading the meter once every month, that you're getting constant recordings. You know how much is used during the day, overnight, in the evenings, over weekends. Amandeep uses this extensively with a reference of the most efficient hospitals like Humber River and Peel Memorial. We know what that electric profile looks like, and you can superimpose a less efficient hospital on top of it, and you know exactly when they're using too much energy. That is so cool. So interval metering as a diagnostic tool that can help you identify opportunities, then verify them, is a big deal, big part of our arsenal, and I'm sure many of you are using the same. Curious then that most of our greenhouse gas emissions are in natural gas, and the best we can hope is that somebody does come and read our meter once a month and maybe every second month. So we've gone from 8,760 data points of electricity to 12, maybe 6 for natural gas. So as my friends from Enbridge know, we're loud advocates at the Ontario Energy Board. We need interval metering. We need smart metering on natural gas. So the same thing, you can figure out, I know I'm using too much, but when? Is it overnight? Is it here? Is it during the day? So I know that Fortis BC has now got approval from the BC Utilities Commission to implement interval metering. So I predict that as being a tool coming that will help everybody in this room really come to grips with the operational improvements around natural gas, because they'll know when this is happening. So interval gas metering should be on the way. We'll be advocating at some point. We may come to you and request that you communicate directly with the Ontario Energy Board saying, we need this to be able to do the job that we're being asked to do. Duncan, let's come to you with you can't fight City Hall. What's working, what's not working with the City of Toronto's, and what is City of Toronto's mandate? What can municipalities do in this space to move this agenda forward?
And I've tried to fight City Hall, so no.
Yeah.
First of all, I just want to say I'm incredibly humbled to sit up here with these three mainstays in the industry. So thank you, Ian, for the invite. But really, we are finding that a lot of the municipalities are leading a lot of this work across the different governments in North America, at least. And when we talked about carrots and sticks and kind of what are available and what are we doing at the city, I really thought about our existing building strategy and how we are looking into kind of the recommendations that came out of that report. And a lot of the things we do are based on those. And 3 of those were carrots and 3 of those were sticks. Mm-hmm. So I thought that was kind of a good place to start. On the carrot side, I mean, the things that we were recommended was financing, expanding, and enhancing the programs that we have, figuring out where the gaps are in those support programs. So how do we also fill in the gaps on the different IESO programs or Enbridge programs and make sure that we're not duplicating on a lot of those? So how do we make sure that there's a little bit for everyone? So one of the ones that we came up was a Green Will initiative, which actually Kyle's a member of, and quite a few other hospitals here, where we take the leaders in the industry, put all of our brains together, and then figure out how to build some resources and pieces that can become scalable for the rest of the city. Some of those new things that have come out are net zero guidance materials, where we have them on different sectors and different industries, and then also different technology primers within it, and as well net zero videos. So if you need to explain something in a 5-minute video to someone on your executive, we have some of those primers that are ready there for you, and we try and look how to scale that, because as we all know, scaling is the thing that we can't quite get to yet, but we really need to within the industry. In terms of sticks, I really like your talk about the series of policies that are being put in New York, because that's kind of where our model has ended up, where we started with reporting. You were talking about data as well. Like how can you save energy or save GHGs when you don't know where they're coming from? So our reporting bylaw is in there now. And actually, the biggest thing that's coming is December 4th, our building performance standards report is going to the Infrastructure Environment Committee. And then that will shape what ends up going to council. And I believe council is December 12th to 14th, somewhere in there. So that is a big thing to come. What it ends up looking like at the end, again, you can't fight City Hall, so we'll see where that ends up. But we know that our recommendations and our report is strong, and we have lots of good evidence, and we have lots of good supporters within this group for that. So that should take a look at some drafts on, schedules. What would the penalties look like? What would the timeframes look like? So that is next week. And actually, I believe the reports come out, they're published a week before it goes to the committee. So that actually should be by the end of this week. So stay tuned for that. But that's a big stick. Like, that's our biggest stick.
Is that your building performance standards?
Yes.
Yeah.
BEPS, buildings emission performance standards, building performance standards. Depends on how you phrase it. Depends on what you like. But I think those are the key pieces in there. And I really liked a lot of the stories about collaboration and about partnering up with different people, because we do realize that, the government sets policy. You did say we have limited, tools that we can do that. And we do have limited, but some of them are pretty big. And some of them we really look to, our partners who own the buildings, and then also the service partners that we see here today that help implement some of those pieces as well. So I find that 3-prong effect very, very effective, and we need to make sure that we all stay in touch.
Sounds great. Vicky, pick up on what Jana was saying. I mean, Jana does this story of thunder, but I always rely on you and enjoy your higher level thinking about where are we going with this. So if you're a hospital right now, what should you expect that's carrots? What should you expect? Like the IESO's thinking today, what should people be ready for, be preparing for?
Right, good. So the independent electricity system operator, we manage the electricity grid in Ontario. And as Jana mentioned, we are planning for a 75% increase in electricity demand by 2050. And so we are taking an all of the above approach. We are certainly contracting for more generation. We are contracting for more transmission and distribution. And while those are happening, it's going to take 10 years before most of that hits the ground. So demand side management is the fastest and the cheapest resource that we have that we can operate quickly. And so as Jana mentioned, our new energy manager program to fund the people who will be actively managing energy, our new accelerate program for very large projects on the ground. We have incentives for behind the meter generation. We will be coming out with a new HVAC demand response program early in next year. We will be having a new construction program in the very near future. And so it's really an all of the above, all across the board to help optimize your existing facilities, to help load shifting for behind the meter generation, for injecting into the grid. It's really all of the above, all across the board.
So every kilowatt counts.
Every kilowatt counts. That's right. And we are working more closely with our colleagues at Enbridge as well for a lot of the optimization programs and energy management. You're saving a lot of gas, you're saving a lot of energy. And as Amity mentioned or asked, how do we know that the savings are going to be there? Reach out to us early in the process. We do have folks who can help you both with the modeling or with the calculations to help demonstrate to your board or the decision makers what the savings will be. So talk to us early in the process.
Kyle, I want to come back to you on what you termed in our pre-meeting as the dwindling or the shrinking sticks. So at a time when it seems federal governments on both sides of the border, provincial governments, state governments, and even some city governments, and we won't have time to dig into that, are kind of pulling back on where does that leave sick kids and other tasks in hospitals, saying, are we being abandoned, or does it not matter anymore? Can we just stop what we're doing? How do you and your colleagues react to the shrinking sticks?
Yeah, no, definitely challenge we're facing right now. And I think one that's going to be greater. And so one of the things that Duncan brought up is kind of looking at the wins our partners out there already. And so if you're not already part of Greenwell Initiative, please join. But these groups, like Greenwell Initiative, are conduits. So I'll answer your question in a second, meaning that it goes both ways. If we don't utilize them to help change and influence policy, then it's easy for those policies and these departments to be removed by the city, by the province, by the feds, right? And so ultimately as hospitals and ultimately as facilities operators and teams and as leaders within there, we need to make sure that we also understand our responsibility and our capabilities to influence policy and change. Because we're seeing that happen already as dollars are dwindling, or right now what we're seeing, which is not a negative thing, but dollars being transitioned to AI. And so now there's even more competition. Ultimately, yes, we are here to provide healthcare, right? But I would argue at the same time, without doing harm. You know, we had an anesthesiologist here. They all made a pledge, and that's something that, as much as we do need to provide, and that's our ultimate business, is not to do harm. And we know our facilities and what we're doing is ultimately doing harm to the environment, to our own patients, and those who don't require healthcare at this point in time in regards to the impact to the environment. So there's still an obligation for us to make sure that we support and to make sure those sticks don't go away. And that is really comes down to funding. And so right now we are looking at saying, hey, who are all our supportive networks out there, i.e. Greenwell Initiative, IESO, everyone else, making sure that they get what they need, reaching out to our leaders, i.e. the mayor. We have to balance it with the different ministries we work with to make sure that they are also influencing that change, or if there's something out there that may be changed and they are kind of letting us know that that support may be going away, trying our best to make sure it doesn't happen. And then ultimately, being very lucky to work at Sick Kids, we have a very strong foundation. And so for me, it's partnering with our foundation and the CEO there to kind of say, hey, what can be done? Because ultimately they did come to me with that question. They really came to me where they were very supportive and they were going to link with our sustainability strategy. So it'd be enterprise wide. But they did come back after with the new administrations in the States, but also which we know America's having a great influence across the world, kind of saying, hey, is sustainability really necessary? And that was a little shocking to hear, but this is the new reality that we're seeing right now, where it's kind of saying it's just more of a fad. And it's like, no, sustainability isn't a fad. But we are seeing dollars being pulled and being redirected right now. So it's not an uphill battle. I think it's going to be that way for the next several years. But once again, it goes back to making sure that we partner with those who are helping leading change, who are putting standards into place to make sure those standards don't get removed.
So I think combining what you said in that meeting and what we said in the opening, political cycles are typically a 4-year cycle. They come and they go, and we should expect public sentiment and we should expect political will to go up and down with that political cycle. The climate, the environment, the planet really doesn't care about our troubles. I think it's fair to say that this planet would be just as soon to be shot of us. The dinosaurs lasted 200 million years, and finally it took an extraterrestrial event to knock them out. We haven't been around 1 million years yet. There's no guarantee we're going to stick around. So where does the continuity come from? And it comes at your level, that your stakeholders expect continuity. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to put my David Suzuki Foundation hat on and say I'm deeply disappointed with the BC provincial government, who are auditing the health authorities and asking them all to cut their budgets by 10%. Some of those health authorities started the year with massive deficits. So we're already seeing hundreds of jobs lost, and programs like energy, environment, and climate change being scaled back or cut. So deeply, deeply disappointing. They're also reviewing probably the best program they had, which is Clean BC, which created the roadmap to 2030 and also had hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars in funding. And I'm afraid they're probably going to cut it. And they better have Clean BC version 2.0. So just not the right direction, especially around healthcare. And then, of course, you probably heard in the news the direction that the city of Vancouver is going in order to meet their zero property tax increase. They're basically trying to get rid of the sustainability program, something that's been world leading and pioneering for decades. And so, just like I said, really disappointed in the direction of the various levels of government going around this.
But as they say, climate doesn't care, and this too shall pass. Panel, like carrots and sticks, you're going to be living with them, everybody, for the next 30 years as we work our way through this whole energy transition, as we respond to the climate crisis. We should expect the fast-moving, where possible, governments and utilities to respond accordingly. You need to be ready. So thanks so much to this panel. So welcome back, folks. With these events, I hate saying we saved the best to last, but in some ways we did. We've done a lot of foundation laying here, and the panels for me have been amazing. But this idea of collaboration, like what we know for sure is if we keep doing things the way we've always done them, there was an Irish poet that said, we'll get exactly the same outcome. We know that. So we know we got to do things differently. So we spend all of our time thinking about what does different look like. And for us, the best hope is the idea of collaboration. It's bringing different players than those that normally talk to each other and work together and problem solve together in the context of here are specific goals, here are specific things that we can do, and then setting them loose to do that. So we've talked about collaborations earlier, TAS and what Mike and his team are doing in New York. These are collaborations between hospitals. So think about that, which hospitals are kind of like you, that you could work on things together so you don't have to both reinvent the wheel. But we've also broken out of all of this 4 projects. There's a 5th one if we have time, but I don't think we will. But projects that are already either just emerging or already underway for your consideration. But the idea is, one, could you be part of this project? Would that fit with where you're going? But the second part that is just as important, what does that kind of prompt? What thoughts does it prompt about other collaborations? So we're thinking if we can get groups of people together from industry, government, utilities, hospitals, different parts of the country, different parts of the province, working together towards common goals, that we can do things that none of us can do originally. So let's run through the idea of collaborations. And then we've got, again, the individual projects that we'll walk through with the panelists here. So let's get started. So we took the liberty, and I do apologize, panel, it's only in the last session that we realized either you aren't tall enough or we haven't raised that screen up high enough for you to see it. So sorry about the pain in the neck of having to look around to the screen, and we'll fix that next time. It's on our checklist of doing this properly. But we've taken the liberty of putting a definition together for a climate collaboration. And this might be worth your while writing down. 2 or more parties coming together to achieve significant emissions reductions. We're looking for big things here, not little nibbly things that they could not achieve alone. So we mentioned at the beginning, we have our industry partners in greening healthcare who we rely on for funding. We also meet with them on a regular basis to talk about exactly that. What can we do with you and you do with us that we can't do without you and you can't do without us? So this idea of collaboration is it's mutually beneficial and it achieves significant things that neither of us can do alone. So we took the liberty of suggesting some principles. You got to get all the required parties together. We've heard within hospitals, we have senior management, we've got clinical staff, we got facility staff. Bringing them together, we've already seen can have wondrous outcomes. But beyond that, our industry players, they got massive knowledge, massive resources. Can we create those connections together where we can work on specific goals? Unions are big players in this. It was interesting, in New York, they elected to have a co-chair of that climate group being a union member. So unions are part of the play. Governments are, utility companies, consultants are. So much knowledge, so many ideas, bring them together, catalyze something that would otherwise not happen. It has to be a commitment to explicit end goals. So the end goal, for example, is not building a new hospital. The end goal is building a highly energy efficient new hospital, building a new hospital that is the top of the charts, that is the new most efficient. Some of my favorite words I love hearing is design teams on new hospitals talking about beating Humber. Like, it's not a competition, but it is. And that is wonderful. You know, if that's a common goal. I think because everybody has to get it right to be able to achieve that. The idea of win-win-win, that those parties have to have a serious benefit coming out of this. For industrial players, it's meeting their own climate goals, their own commitments, their own commitment to environmental sustainability. It's appealing to their in-house audience, their own employees, to their supply chain, and it's making money. We want the industrial players that are heavily involved in this work to make more money than all the rest of them do, so that everybody else has to follow suit. So competitive advantage is what we're looking for there. So the win-win-win there is, and going back to David Stolte's definition, true partnership. Everybody talks about partnerships. Most of them are transactions. True partnership is you really have an interest in the other party's good outcome. You really care about them. You really care about where they come. So trust, respect, commitment to team success. So we've tried to define this thing. And if you use that definition to say what else could be done, we have 4 projects we wanted to share with you today. And the first one doesn't have panelists. The next 3 do. And we're going to probably rather clumsily shoo about 2/3 of the way through, shoo this group off the stage and bring on the next 3 and say it's not the most elegant thing, but we've only got 4 seats up here. Let's run through. So this is very emerging right now. And we're looking at regional collaborations. So there's regions of the province, regions of the country that have real specific needs that are different than the rest. Big city hospitals are nothing like the community hospitals that Anne referred to earlier today are nothing. You know, when Anne was talking about, it takes me 90 minutes to drive from one hospital. The folks up north at 90 minutes, I would die for 90 minutes. You know, it's 3.5 hours from Winnipeg to get to Red Lake Hospital. So the common goals of the parties we're trying to bring together for the Northern Ontario Collaborative are to maximize emission savings. So we're in the business of maximizing efficiency. Collateral benefits are always welcome, but this is all about reducing greenhouse gas emissions, building local capacity where it doesn't exist right now, and engaging local communities, in particular Indigenous partners in this work. So these are goals that we're excited about, that we're bringing parties together. All the required parties are the hospitals, the community leaders. IESO is discussing this with us around energy manager program and a roving energy manager that could be working across multiple sites. In the north, Enbridge Gas is working with us on a regional workshop to bring all the parties together and explore what's possible. Environment and Climate Change Canada, this is part of their mandate for funding they provided to greening healthcare. Local service contractors, we're chatting with Paul Ingham last night, but everybody in this room that's in the service contracting business, those hospitals out there need help. So bringing those parties together is a big deal for us, especially the building automation suppliers and especially the border service contractors, because what we hear from those hospitals is people are a long way away, and it's really hard to get prompt and immediate and relevant service. But we also know that Northern Ontario is not just the hospitals, so bringing the municipalities, the school boards, and the colleges together, we think there's a win-win there. It's not completely well formed yet, but it excites us. And that's a model then we could potentially replicate in BC and Alberta and Saskatchewan and so on. And it meets multiple objectives that matter to us. So this is kind of a heads up. We hope to have more to report on next year along the same subject. And stop me if there's any questions on this, or be happy to chat when we, after this, over a glass of wine when we're having the reception. So another one that caught our attention last year, you might remember Dr. Anita Rao was our keynote last year, the first non-CEO, because what she had to say we thought was so important. It drew us into Nix the Nitrous that felt like a no-brainer. As we dug into it, we found there was a lot of collaboration going on to make it happen. So welcome closest to me here, Dr. Lisa Hutchinson, an anesthesiologist working with South Lake Health, but heavily involved with the Ontario Anesthesiologist Environmental Sustainability Working Group, which is a collaboration. There's groups coming from different locations. And Mike Lithgow, thanks for joining us at the last minute from Sunnybrook Hospital, where they've done this. So we want to explore this a bit. I know a number of you have questions, so let's run through what this looks like. Here's your picture, Mike. Yeah. That's the big old tank coming out, and as I think I heard you say on Friday, steady as she goes. There's a lot of medical gas lines down there.
Please don't drop that.
Yeah, please don't drop it. Yeah. So, Michael, talk a little bit about what that project felt like. Like, what was involved? Was it painful? Was it?
From my perspective, it wasn't painful at all because we had a team doing it, and I was not the lead. I was just a cheerleader. We had someone from facilities, someone from clinical, plus representatives from a lot of the different departments that were using nitrous, and it took time, all those discussions, but it was pretty straightforward, no real hiccups.
Perfect. So not that painful, easy to do. Let's get on to this is extracted from Dr. Rao's presentation that many of you will have seen last year. But as we run through, we've got let's start there. Lisa, can you talk a bit about this environmental sustainability working group that you have going with the anesthesiologists? Where did it come from? How did it get formed? Who are the players? What does that look like?
So it started in 2022. It came out of looking around and seeing all the waste and emissions that were created with a desire to decrease the footprint of anesthesia in the operating room with respect to all the waste and the emissions. There's 49 members. A lot are
49.
49.
Wow.
A lot are anesthesia related. We have medical students, we have residents, we have a pharmacy representative, IPAC Canada engineer with with energy expertise, and we aim to decrease that footprint. That's our goal. We do a lot of advocacy work. We do collaboration, research, educational rounds, educational things in every way. But really our real goal, or our ultimate goal, is to decrease our footprint.
Fantastic. And Mike Apostle, I'm expecting he may be on the live feed. It's like, is there intelligent life out there? Mike, if you're there, can you just type something into the Q&A column there to let us know you're there? And then if we have questions that come up from a technical standpoint. But Lisa, what is Mike's role with this?
So Mike is very involved in the Nix the Nitrous campaign. He provided a lot of the information to create the calculators, the toolkits, the checklists, and the educational information and specifics for the facilities departments in getting rid of the central supply and moving to point of care. And then Anita Rao is also very involved in it. And she and 3 other anesthesiologists and 2 other, Stephen Williams from Quebec and Asim Iqbal from BC. And they collected all the expert opinion on nitrous and the reasons for and against it.
Excellent. And Mike, is the word from Mike? So the message so far is yes.
I am here.
Excellent. Good. Okay. So any questions from Mike? Mike's from London Health Sciences, wasn't able to travel for the forum, but he's good enough to join the live feed and has the technical expertise on this that has been invaluable in moving the agenda forward. Let's keep going a bit further. So everybody recognizes Miles Sargent's peach tree here, and you'll see the Nitrous is one of those low-hanging fruits that's there already. Miles is now the Canadian Coalition for Green Healthcare. Are they a partner with us? Are they part of your collaboration?
The Canadian Coalition of Green Healthcare is the lead on this. And it's part of the decarbonizing emissions, net zero buildings, right? And so they have supplied the support for the Nix the Nitrous campaign as well.
Excellent. So Mike Apostle, as you're listening, if there's things you want to add or contribute there, you've got Michael Pagel here representing you, and he'll put his hand up and we'll get it into the mix. So again, coming back to, as you say, decarbonization, we did that. Whoops, I'm going the wrong direction here. We can do this. It's better.
I could add, it's one of the three initiatives involved in that, as well as the fossil fuel emissions and the fluorochlorocarbons in inhalers are the other 2 components.
Excellent.
Federally funded.
So his nitrous oxide, I certainly remember it with Steve Martin in Little Shop of Horrors, but it's a lot more serious than that. It's been used in the past. I think, is it true that it's not used that much as an anesthetic gas anymore?
Its use is significantly decreased, and really there are much better alternatives at this point in time.
And I had
less side effects.
Yeah, I hadn't realized it's the 3rd most significant contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. So it's pretty potent as a greenhouse gas.
Very, yes, 265 times that of carbon dioxide and the ozone layer.
And remains out there for 114 years. So this is a big deal if we can reduce this. If we got through these audits, Lisa, can you just summarize? If you can see it, the key message coming out of this is that most of the nitrous that goes into those big tanks that Mike has taken out or Sunnybrook has taken out, most of it just gets lost to atmosphere. Is that right?
That's correct. Approximately 90 to 99% of the purchased nitrous leaks out, leaving only about 5% for clinical use, and causing occupational exposure as well as climate change.
So it's not healthy stuff to be breathing on a regular basis.
Correct.
Okay. And Anita talked about the work they did at Trillium. So was Trillium one of the first to decommission the system?
I think Sunnybrook probably preceded Trillium. Is that correct?
Our first site was early last year.
Yeah, I think I don't know exactly. Trillium's probably been there for a couple of years, I think now.
Okay, and
from Anita's study here, across their 3 hospital sites, 1,250 tons a year of greenhouse gas emissions was the estimated reduction from the nitrous use before and after. For context, very few of you from energy efficiency can save 1,250. 1,000 tons a year for us is in our top 20, and you're the people that Amardeep harasses on a regular basis saying, what have you done about it? 1,000 tons of greenhouse gas emissions is a very big number. And from the economic standpoint, $90,000 a year, that's real money. So again, you've got hospitals out there who can save $1 million or $500,000 a year in utility costs, but $90,000 a year is a big number for a hospital. So it makes economic sense, it makes environmental sense. And by coming together between facilities and operations, Mike, do you have a?
There's a note from Mike Apostle. Do you want me to read it out now?
Yes, please.
He's saying, in addition to the leaks at the distribution connection points, it also diffuses through the flexible plastic connection tubes in operating room booms. Tough one.
That's good. And Mike Apostle, can you also speak to, there were facilities benefits, if I understood correctly, about avoided costs of alarms or controls on the nitrous system. So you actually save money on the hospital budget by not having to upgrade the system. Is that correct? I hope you can type as fast as Mike.
Yes.
Yes.
So the answer is
yes. Here.
There we
It's
go.
a definite answer. And we decrease occupational exposure because we actually know now that there's there's low level nitrous always kind of floating in certain areas of the hospital where there's high numbers.
Terrific. So we love colorful charts, and Lisa provided this. And again, you'll all be able to get the recording of this whole day's work cut into bite-sized chunks in the future. But pictorially, this is a very good representation of why central nitrous is such a natural target. Interesting. Can you tell us what 1 ton of CO2 looks like? It's a really big ball.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I like that. So that is the equivalent. The 1 ton of CO2 is equivalent to a small e-cylinder weighing 3 kilograms.
Okay.
As far as the impact on the climate.
And Lisa, talk us through your survey. And again, I do apologize. You can't see this directly, but you conducted a survey of how many hospitals and what was the response rate?
Sure. So we surveyed 140 public hospitals in Ontario, the anesthesia chiefs, and we asked them questions as to what their present distribution system was for their nitrous and what were the barriers they perceived to be in not being able to decentralize.
And from this survey result, 3/4 of them said they've either done it, they're planning to do it, or they're seriously considering it. So it was a 75% affirmative.
Correct. We only got back 50 hospitals, so it's more of a sample.
Yep.
But at the same time, the results I thought were interesting.
And stay tuned, everybody, because we're going to be surveying. We're going to do a quick poll of you guys in a moment as to where you fit on this scale. But you also explored with the hospitals what gets in the way if you're not doing this, right? So here it is. And as you probably gather, it's all Mike's fault. So that's a very interesting conclusion, partly in how you design surveys, right? So if you ask anesthesiologists why something's not getting done, it's probably facilities. And likely if you ask facilities why something's not getting done, it's the anesthesiologists. But first, Lisa, with you, is there any downside to a hospital from doing this in terms of operating costs or in terms of patient care? Is there any downside?
No, although there is a small upfront cost to the temporary decommissioning and the modification of some areas, depending upon the system that we have on the back of the anesthesia machines.
Yep.
The cost is small and actually quickly recoup.
Short payback, as they call it.
Short payback. Thank
Yeah.
you. And I guess from a clinical point of view, it's a win. Decreased occupational exposure to those low levels that we were talking about, and putting the point of care tanks in place is equally reliable and safe and cost effective, because you're not paying for wasted gas. You're not paying for the looking at the pipeline, the nitrous piping, and treating leaks.
And Mike Lithgow can talk first, and Mike Apostle can type as fast as he can. From a facility standpoint, are there any budgetary or operational downsides to doing this that you see, Mike?
Short answer is no. But I'll admit we have a bit of an advantage in that our lead mechanic is a former medical gas technician. So 10 years he was doing that. He knows our system very well. He knows a lot of the other hospital systems as well. But he's certainly helped make it look easy. From the facility side, it was not a big deal. So I was surprised to see such a big number, and trying to figure out why that impression might be out there. I don't know. Certainly, for instance, you can't expect facilities to lead this team.
Right.
This is a clinical exercise. Facilities is part of the team, but they can't be telling the birthing unit that there's not going to be any nitrous anymore. That is not a good approach. Basically, his comment was the biggest thing here is getting people not to panic. So when there's alarm going off related to your central system because you're switching over, getting people like they're trained to respond. So just getting them to take it easy was his big concern.
That's good. And any additional comments, Mike, from Mike Apostle?
He's saying at London Health Sciences, there were significant savings by facilities by repurposing the commissioned N2O alarm panel boards. As well, they've been running their shutdowns with facilities leading it, but with very close collaboration with clinical teams.
So let's do a quick poll here to replicate what Lisa tried to do. How many in this room are in hospitals that either used to have or today have central nitrous oxide systems? Could you just put your hands up, please?
In terms of the facility side, it's what do we do with, like, how do we decommission the system, pull out all of that wiring, because we have a mandate at Brampton Civic to, whenever we decommission any kind of system, it has to go down to the back to the branch. So if that's the case, how do we close off a particular unit while we're doing that? So those are the struggles that we're facing right now.
Are there other reasons among facilities that this is not proceeding anywhere? If not, again, we will talk in a moment about takeaways for today. If you have a central nitrous 6 system, you have all the resource in the world with, I think, Mike Lithgow, you just got commandeered into this. So, but Lisa's here, Mike Apostle, a whole group here that's willing to provide presentations to both parties, facilities, and the anesthesiologist group. Let's get on with it. It does feel like a no-brainer and something we need to do that's positive. We will be formalizing that survey to all of our Greening Healthcare members to get more specifics and kind of build upon, from the facility standpoint, what's happening there. And we are planning in 2026 to report on your emission savings, not just due to energy, but due to reduced consumption of nitrous oxide. So it'll add, if you like, on our Greening Healthcare scorecard in terms of your emissions reductions. So hopefully that's a takeaway. So that's number one. Stay put for a second, and we'll when we've heard the Lake Ridge story, we'll go from there. Amandeep, could I ask you to come up and pick up on what's happening at Lakeridge and ask all the difficult questions of Matt and Guillaume.
Thanks, yeah. So, yeah, let's talk about another collaborations that have led to a significant sort of results in achieving a decarbonization of the facility. So I'm going to start with maybe Matt, do you want to talk about the project itself? Give us a bit of a description.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So Lakeridge Health, Oshawa, about 1.1 million square feet. We are currently emitting somewhere between 13,500 and 15,000 tons of carbon emissions, and advertises 11.9 there. That could be an older value. The need to decarbonize that particular site and the energy intensity of Oshawa led to a significant undertaking wherein we completed a low carbon economy fund application, which was successful. And that led to an open RFP for decarbonization efforts that was output-based driven. And so there was no prescriptive response required, but rather I need 3,530 tons of carbon reductions at the site, and it needs to be done by March 31st, 2020.
Okay. Again, from ecosystem perspective, can you maybe talk a little bit about the solution that was proposed? And Matt, from your perspective, you mentioned that you set a target. How did you initially validate the solution that was proposed to you? Yeah, maybe first you.
Right, perfect. So basically what we did is what we call smart electrification. So we start by doing lighting conversion, switch to LED so that we can reduce the consumption element. So that should always be the first step. You try to first go as low as you can. Then you electrify in order to decarbonize and improve efficiency. So the strategy there for the decarbonization was to install a heat recovery chiller. Hospital, there's always simultaneous cooling and heating happening. So those are great place to install heat recovery chiller. You're able to cost effectively greatly reduce your emission. And as well, what you do is you can install electric boiler. Again, you can reduce your emission by going the electrification route, but there's also strategy that you can use to actually save money. So what it also allows is lots more flexibility in the operation in the long run, because now you don't only rely on gas for heating and electricity for cooling, but you have different type of equipment that can give you different level of resilience in your operation. It can make cooling easier in winter. It can help resolve other problems that you may have at the same time. So that was the overall strategy that we implement there.
Thanks, Matt. So when this solution was proposed to you as a part of the RFP closure, like how did you validate? So that's where the collaboration started, right? Like you kind of chose a partner based on what was given to you as a response to an RFP. What went through that process that initially gave you a confidence to work with this team and then built on that collaboration?
Yeah, so as part of the RFP evaluation process, we as a team at Lakeridge looked at the technologies that were being proposed and the proposed integration into existing building systems, with the Oshawa site being a primarily steam-driven site, the electric steam boiler and the integration of that into our existing steam network was critical. We have 2 cogen units for 1.5 megawatts that produce hot water for hot water heating systems. And so the integration on the hot water side from the heat recovery chiller will allow us to have confidence that we had building capacity with the new technologies, supplementing and offsetting the existing carbon intensive devices that we have, and looping in our seasoned, as previously identified, operations team, getting their buy-in for what the art of the possible was, and
and ensuring that the technologies being proposed and the systematic approach was appropriate for our site, and to give that team confidence to continue to operate the building.
Thanks. We'll come to the lessons learned. This is some of the timelines, and can you maybe talk about what to date have you seen as an outcome for this project?
Yeah, certainly. So project substantially completed just prior to March 31st, 2025. This was a low carbon economy fund program requirement. The total GHC reduction of 3,530 tons also being a key component to that application. Since March 31st, 2025, we've seen successful implementation and operation of the two primary devices as part of this project. Integration into our chiller loop has had some sort of focus on commissioning and making sure that we're operating the heat recovery chiller as optimally as possible. This is something that we've done collaboratively with ecosystem. It's not necessary plug and play when you have existing building systems, but the opportunity to continue to work with ecosystem, with our operations team, ensuring that we optimize the utilization of the heat recovery chiller in conjunction with the electric steam boiler. These are ongoing opportunities to optimize these building systems and ensure that we achieve and attain the 3,530 tons, and we're well on our way. So,
thanks, man. The approach that you've actually, let me go first. I'll come back to this because just in the context of the time, the key lessons learned. I think this is where I'm going to focus the next few minutes of conversations is around. It's given every project goes sideways at some point of time, and probably happen in yours as well. Like, and this question is to both of you. What was the given in those cases? Like, how did you manage that collaboration to succeed? Because in the end, as we're looking at this is not a contractual transaction. This was more of a collaboration that you touched on that you had. Give us a couple of examples where things didn't turn out as expected, and you were able to resolve those and truly make that as a collaboration episode for those.
You or me?
Go ahead. One thing I could say, like those projects, like most projects, they take a lot of time from when you start design to when you go into implementation. Hospitals are constantly evolving. Not mentioned there was a low carbon economy challenge that was done. There was assumption when we came to the project, the cooling load that we're expecting were slightly lower than we thought. So we worked collaboratively to try to find how can we then still reach those targets with that same guaranteed cost, that same guaranteed end time. And we found alternative cooling load in the hospitals that we can load deck chillers, that we can ensure that it's going to be able to operate all year long. That was part of like, okay, there was a challenge. We worked together to find a solution. And when we talk about collaboration, it's key to have collaborators from the operator, the C-suite, because hospital are a complex building. You need to know the operators are the one that lives the challenge every day. So you need to understand what their challenges are on the operation so that you find a solution that's going to work with them, that they're going to then be able to operate. And it's not something that's going to be complained about or just left on off and what's not. They are transformational change. So you have to ensure that everybody's on board to make those projects happen.
Man. I think being flexible and understanding sort of the operational changes that can occur, and when diving into the details and truly appreciating the integration of net new infrastructure into existing building systems, something that we had to do as Lakeridge Health in being flexible with either equipment size changing or including different areas of the hospital or scope that were previously not contemplated. But through communication, through understanding, we were comfortable with the decision making. It's having an approach of partnership and an approach of collaboration to this initiative gave me the confidence to understand that being flexible was required. And ultimately, I had a laser focus, if you will, on 3,530 tons. And the way we were going to get there was by identifying these new opportunities within this initiative and pursuing them accordingly. And that was the end goal, and that's where we're headed.
How are you categorized? There's always a risk in these projects. Like sometimes it's priced in the contract value, sometimes it's not priced in the contract value. That's where you need an open-mindedness to these contracts. From ecosystem perspective, what information would you recommend for hospitals who are sort of looking into doing some of these larger, bigger projects to provide you or other partners with additional information that helps even further extend these collaborations and make them even better results and outcomes? Like, what would you do differently or ask Matt differently if you were to do this on another hospital?
Differently is hard to say because it went pretty well.
Yeah.
But you have to find a partner that you trust. The collaboration is all about trust. You have, like you said, there's different level of risk. You have to be comfortable as an hospital with the level of risk you're taking and what you would then want to outsource to your contractor. And I think when that trust is built, it's a lot easier to figure out where's that threshold and risk on who's taking what risk, what's critical for you, what's less critical for you. And then you can align yourself to come with an optimal scenario.
Matt, any lessons learned that you want to share with the hospitals
Invest in a good lawyer. They're going to help identify the potential risks in the contract negotiations. This was a CCDC 14 output-based, results-driven contract. We're very confident with it upon signing. There's detailed M&V plans that we were comfortable with. Had third parties help influence the decisions in that contract language by way of technical review, and ultimately put us in a position where upon signature and working with ecosystem on the decided on language within the contract allowed us to move forward with confidence. Nobody was trying to get anybody, if you will, in this relationship and in these negotiations, but it's critical that you have an understanding of what you're signing, and it's critical that that language represents what you need as an organization, what you need as an individual to have the confidence to move forward. And so that right there, and that opportunity to mitigate the risks in that contract language, to mitigate the risks in the potential for not attaining the goals. There's a 5-year contract guarantee for annual savings built into this. Yes, that's part of the LCEF funding application requirements, but it's certainly something that you could leverage or utilize in an output-based procurement initiative for future projects that you may be pursuing.
One last question to each of you. So from ecosystem perspective, you had to build collaborations with the other vendors, like your mechanical contractor, electrical contractor, your suppliers. And as the progress was proceeding, you had to make changes. How were you able to build those collaborations within your team? And Matt, for you on the clinical side and senior management, you got to build those collaborations as well, because it's not just happening you as an entity. There's many stakeholders on your side that you have to convince of the change that happens. So how did you guys manage those pieces of the collaborations within your contract?
I think it's always trying to get a win-win situation. If you're, like you said, trying to get the other one, usually you don't build good collaboration and good trust. So we've worked with a network of contractors that we're confident working with, that we've worked before. And we always go with the end in mind. We're not trying to implement only what's on a set of drawing. We're trying to implement a result. So working collaborative with them, then you can find cost-effective solutions. Or maybe there's something that was slightly different on one side. Maybe it's going to be something easier on the other one. But if you're able to build that trust and the collaboration within everybody, then you're able to manage those change properly.
Thank you, Matt.
Being involved with ecosystem and their contractors when it came to critical shutdowns. It's one thing to have a project manager manage the day-to-day operations of a site and have confidence in that PM. which we did on this project, thankfully. But when it comes to major shutdowns, implications on clinical programs or critical building systems, I felt it was critical that I was there meeting with the contractor, understanding their perspective of the risks that were associated with that scope of work at a particular time, particular with the chilled water systems and shutting down specific areas of the building, and then communicating that and escalating that internally accordingly. So working with my peers at the director level, explaining the critical shutdowns for what ended up being the cancer center wing and scheduling that outside of regular clinical hours, giving ourselves a broad window of opportunity to complete the work and being strategic about that. Those internal collaborations and partnerships are just as critical as our partnership with the ecosystem and their contractors. And I think ensuring that communication with clinical stakeholders is robust and that they understand, there are risks associated with this, understand what those risks, and then instill confidence in them that we have full control of the situation to the best of our ability and mitigation strategies in place should things need to change accordingly.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for your time today. So I'm now going to bring back Ian for the next session. Thank you.
So again, looking at collaborations, we've got a regional collaboration between hospitals, communities, utility companies, industry, focused on getting a specific outcome to maximize emissions reductions and cost savings in Northern Ontario, but replicable to other areas. We've got collaboration around nitrous oxide within hospitals, between facilities and clinicians, and then between hospitals, where they work together and they support each other, where they were lucky enough to find Mike Apostle as the technical person that could put the tools and the technical aspect of that together. And we've got the partnership at Lakeridge between the hospital, the contractor, Matt, not sure where he disappeared to, but were the utility company incentives involved in the, okay. Awesome. So utility companies and the government of Canada with its own funding. So bringing the parties together. The last one we want to talk about today is the idea of boiler plant optimization. So in discussions with Enbridge and two pilot hospitals, we had the idea that we could scale up making every hospital boiler plant in Ontario as efficient as possible. It was a defined scope of work. It's measurable, it's incentivizable, if that's a word. That was a task worth pursuing. So welcoming Julian back to the stage. You get twice the stipend. I know you'd be happy with that. Eddie Camilleri at William Osler, who, again, William Osler's come up a number of times today for very good reasons, as one of the hospitals with one of those boiler plants that could be optimized. And Paul Ingham, the contractor, Thermogenics, that is doing the work for these two pilots, setting the stage for other boiler service contractors across the province to do their work. So this is a description of the project, a systematic, scalable program that can be applied hospital after hospital after hospital to pick up every opportunity to make them as efficient as they can be. Have a delivery model which would include Enbridge Gas, would include advisors, would include contractors and the hospitals, to leverage the Greening Healthcare membership to get the message out there. And this is a heads up to everybody here that this program next spring will be rolled out province-wide. So if you've got a central steam plant, it's a good place to be. Stay tuned. We'll be inviting you to be considered as a candidate for that program. Coming up next year, we want to maximize savings and of both gas and emissions. We started with 2 pilot hospitals, and we'd estimated how much that had already done work along these lines, and that there was additional gas savings to be had. And as I mentioned, the idea we'll have a case study of these 2 hospitals and a launch webinar coming up in the spring. So this is the work plan, if you like. This was the big idea. And without digging into this, the two pilot hospitals had in common the fact they'd both either recently installed or significantly upgraded the burner controls, the linkageless controls that provide more accurate control of burners and thereby make the boiler more efficient, and therefore you need less natural gas, less fossil fuel to come through. But this is the long checklist that Thermogenics and Amandeep's team and the hospitals are working through right now to say, are all the measures here? What are all the things we can do? And you can see, if you can read it, some of those examples up there. There's draft control, there's steam pressure, there's sequencing of the boilers, which has a remarkably big impact, like how many boilers you run at what time, relating that to the testing of the boilers and how efficient they are throughout the whole load curve. So there's a whole series of possibilities for improving plants. The intent of the checklist is that the team goes through, checks off, we're already doing this. These are the things that sound like a really good idea. And the contractor picks them up, puts a price together, and Enbridge Gas and the engineers involved do the math to say what's the payback, and the hospitals then can consider whether that's an investment they're willing to make, but substantiated by the gas company, which has that credibility, and the engineering group looking at it. So this was the central point of this, is that we assemble all of the opportunities for improving the efficiency of that plant, and we look to implement everything. When we finish this program for this hospital, it should be the best it can be. It's covered everything. And the two pilot projects that initiated this, so Southlake Health is one, and this is the standard greening healthcare tracking. Southlake is a greening healthcare member. The blue dots are the monthly gas consumption. The red dots are the weather normalized baseline. So every time you see the blue dots below the red dots, that's gas savings. That's a good thing. If the dots are right on top of the previous, there are no gas savings. So in March 2022, at the left-hand side of that number one, that was when the linkageless controls got installed at Southlake. They hadn't existed before. And we'll come back to this in just a moment. You'll see the blue dots pretty much stayed on top of the red dots. So we didn't get the results that project was looking for. And going back to Steve Rees, if you don't track the numbers, you never know. So tracking performance through greening healthcare. Step 2 was the second intervention. You can see the list of the work that was done there around the draft controls, around dew point control and the flue gases. You can see then we get the blue dots below the red dots. You can see the savings starting to materialize. The top right-hand corner, 2022, there were modest savings, 4.3%. By 24, they're up to 7%. 25, they're up to 7.1%. These are nice numbers just for a highly cost-effective boiler plant piece of work. 150,000 cubic meters of gas these days is worth $40,000, $50,000, $60,000, depending on what's happening with the price of carbon these days. So the first question that we had looking at these numbers, and Paul, let me direct this to you, is in 22 and 23, despite the linkageless controls, we didn't see summer gas savings. Is it true that under low load conditions in the summer, we would expect to see better results coming out of linkageless controls or not?
Typically, you should see improvements when you're putting linkageless controls on, especially if you're taking all the linkage style off and putting linkageless on. But the essence of combustion is you have to be tight with your air and fuel mix throughout the entire curve. So when we went and we looked at the setup, especially in the lower load seasons, if you're not able to set up a tight control between your gas-air ratio on the low fire, then you're going to miss out on those savings. So that's what initiated essentially the next trigger point.
So the devil is very much in the details. Yeah. It's not what you do, it's how you set it up. And a real focus on that. And then the feedback from the fact that we didn't get the outcomes we're looking for came through. Julian Enbridge does this great modeling and mathematics around this. What was your take on this project in the early going? And then you were significantly part of that second review of what more could we do around here?
Yeah, I mean, this was not part of the boiler optimization pilot yet, but it kind of kickstarted the whole idea that maybe we should be doing this and look into some deeper savings in the plants. So yeah, we did support the linkage list upgrade initially. And then once we discovered maybe there was some further optimizations possible, we got some flue testing done from the thermogenics team and some of the other measures like the draft control. We did incentivize those later after the linkage list controls project as well. So we supported both of them. Yeah.
Maybe I can expand a little bit on the draft control. So to your point, the devil's in the details, and I'm going to have to get a little bit technical with you. So when you have combustion, you're taking a fuel source and air to, form combustion. And in the perfect condition, this is called stoichiometric. That's when you put in the exact amount of air to combust completely all of the fuel you're putting in. And in reality, that doesn't exist because you always have to have reliability, and you always want to make sure you're using all of Julian's delicious fuel. And so you tend to put a little bit more air in versus, have too much fuel source going out your stack. So when you're doing combustion, the tighter you can set up your excess air rate to your fuel input, the more efficient you're going to be in combusting that fuel source. And so in a lot of these traditional hospitals, Eddie's is no different. They had a couple of boilers. In South Lake's situation, they had 4 boilers going into 2 common stacks. These common stacks were very tall. And we have a very dynamic climate condition here in Canada, cold winters, warm summers. So the draft on those boilers changes. So when you set up combustion in the summer versus in the winter, your air densities change, but also the draft, the draw of air through the appliance changes. And so if you are not able to calibrate that gas air mixture across that range, then you're going to miss out on efficiency because you might be over airing the boiler at low fire rates, high firing rates even. So what draft control does is it maintains steady draft on the discharge of the boiler, stopping that vacuum effect from occurring, and allows the linkage list to meter the gas air ratio in a much more controlled manner. And then again, you just got multiple appliances maybe feeding into a large stack. You talk to any consultant in the room here, and you're usually designing the draft for like the total input of the plant. And as Ian's team implemented great measures and they started backing that steam load off, now you're operating in much lower load conditions. And so you need stability in your combustion, both for reliability, but also to achieve those fuel savings. So draft control was a hidden gem to improve optimization. And I should note, by the way, because of a few unforeseen circumstances, we only did 2 of the boilers. So there's still 2 to go, and we still have achieved those results. And then we also implemented a lead lag strategy into the boilers. They were being manually rotated by the operating staff, but that was not reacting fast enough or in a manner in which the steam plant or the hospital was drawing steam off the boiler plant. So with the draft control in conjunction with the fact that the panel will look at the overall system load and select boilers and where they should be firing, there'll be further improvements to see there.
That's cool. Eddie, let's look at Etobicoke General. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's been a number of iterations here. And again, I think the common thing is the beginning of this was in January 23. And the linkageless control upgrade, they already existed, but you significantly upgraded them. The savings didn't materialize. What happened next? What was found? What had to be corrected?
Well, so when I was involved, actually, the facility manager implemented the project. They did linkageless controls on 2 of the boilers. It wasn't until I believe about between March and April of 2023 when I got involved. I actually overheard them talking, in our industry when you're utilizing multiple hospitals or running multiple hospitals, sometimes things get kind of lost. We have various departments that are doing one thing versus the other. So the facility manager was working with thermogenics. They decided to move forward with this project, and on my side, I wasn't informed at all. So once we found out that this was actually happening and they were actually looking at implementing the other 2 boilers, I said, well, there's incentives. Like, have you investigated this? They said, oh, no, we didn't. So then we contacted Julian at Enbridge, and we started going through the process to actually determine what were the energy or what were the incentives available for us for this project. So that's how I got involved. Once we actually did the project and actually got the commissioning report from Thermogenics, there was some back and forth between Enbridge and myself about, like, are we actually achieving the savings that we were supposed to save? And it turned out that we had some minor discrepancies between what we were planning on and what we were actually achieving. So that's when we got Thermogenics back in. Thermogenics worked their magic on our system and corrected a few values. I don't know if you can go into that exactly, but ultimately after that service call, that visit, we started to see the savings that we were supposed to save.
And you were doing some demand side stuff as well on the ventilation systems, I think. So Etobicoke General is kind of split into two hospitals. It's the old plant, the old hospital that has the central plant with all of her boilers, and the new facility is the new patient tower. And we actually supply all the heating and chilled water to that building. So in parallel, it's a P3 contract, so we weren't meeting our energy targets. So we were going through some initiatives like the AV reset, minimum airflows, to ensure that we were meeting that energy target. So it complicates things when you're working on the demand side as well as the plant side.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, the plant was significantly improved. And so the idea, I think, once again, we may call this project the Devil in the Details project. But this collaboration here, I was there at South Lake when that walkthrough happened. Julian was there with Paul's team and with the hospital engineer. And the idea that the three parties collaborating can come up with more complete and better solutions. And that is the essence of this project. So again, stay tuned, but this is the idea, getting industry together with hospitals, with utility companies. We can deliver things that any one of us individually would not be able to. And again, we talked about the boiler plant checklist. That will be a document refined over time. It will be up on the Greening Healthcare website, available to all of you. But stay tuned for next spring when this will be made available to hospitals province-wide. So thank you, this panel. And again, I hope these snippets give you a sense of what we think is this big opportunity around parties working together, doing things that neither can do without the other. And we think that's the big hope, and we'll be reporting on that through 26 and beyond. So thank you, this panel. So you did it. You're still here, and thank you for that. And I am greatly looking forward to the conversations once this is over. But let's talk about where we started this morning. Seems like a long time ago now, and it probably was in the lifetime of what we're trying to do. But this is a time for action. Again, this is not just sharing information for your consideration. It's asking every single hospital in this room to define its potential, define its target, and commit to meeting it by 2030. That is our big goal here. It's asking every industry player in this room, our exhibitors, our industry partners, to find ways to work with those hospitals to help them meet the goals, to initiate those conversations, to talk about the targets and work with. So this is a time for action. And hopefully the words this morning were a little bit convincing that we are in trouble. The climate's in trouble. We can't expect the governments to work our way out of this. It's down to every one of us individually. And come back to David Stolte's world. What were we doing during the climate crisis? I hope we were all busy doing whatever we could, notwithstanding the challenging times, notwithstanding how much other work we do. So we set these goals at the beginning of the day there. So individual and collective commitment. I obviously can't read the room, but we're very hopeful that everybody who was here today got the message, believed enough of it to say that, yeah, I am personally, each one of us, I'm personally committed to doing this, and that collective under the banner of greening healthcare or any other banner, that between us we can make a real impact. And we at Greening Healthcare promise to report on progress every few months going into 2026. So we need to know how we're doing. We need scorecard. We need feedback so that individual and collective commitment acknowledges the fact what we're doing right now is not working. We're not going in the right direction collectively, but we can all take action that can bend the curve and move us the right way. We talk about raising awareness of benchmark rankings. Every hospital that's a Greening Healthcare member has its annual report, and within there it gives you a percentage reduction and an absolute emissions reduction target. You all have that. If you can't find it, if you've lost it, if you've forgotten it, you can contact Michael immediately after this, and he'll reissue to you or point you in the right direction. For the non-member hospitals here, I said before, we have your data through the BPS reporting, but send us your more current data, and we are very happy to run those numbers and tell you where you stand. We want everybody to take action in the province on this. So members, non-members, you should know what your ranking is. Are you at that top green group? Are you in the yellow group in the middle? Are you in the red group at the bottom? Communicate that to your executive. No hospital CEO wants to be at the bottom of the climate charts. If they know, they will take action. They will provide the resources to make it happen. Give us your feedback. Give you email addresses in just a moment. We love to hear from you after these events. We always get 30 or 40 or 50 emails of this crossed my mind. Please share that with us. The insights, the wisdom are there. We need your feedback. We need you to be part of this. We're not telling you what to do. We're asking for your engagement in collectively figuring out what we need to do. We hope you all found at least one specific takeaway. What are we going to do differently on Tuesday? Tuesday's coming. It's 8 hours away. So what are you going to do differently tomorrow? We'd love to hear from you what that plan is. We anonymously will share those plans, and hopefully we can inspire and motivate each other. And the collaborations. Again, these are just a snippet examples of what's here. We were discussing others last night. We'll keep you informed of those as time goes by, but who out there can you be working with to make good things happen? So if you're not a Greening Healthcare member, either on the industry side or the hospital side, join us. Our job, our only purpose in life is to help hospitals achieve emissions reductions. That's what we do. That's what we're there for. If that's the right idea at the right time for you, get in touch with my colleague, Heather Bell. So Heather, you can see, is our Director of Program and Partnership Development. Her email is there. I'm Ian Jarvis, the Executive Director of Climate Challenge Network. Michael Pagel, who's been the two mics in the back there, has been working all day to bring this whole thing together. And Amandeep, you've met a few times today as the engineering lead of all of this. We're from Greening Healthcare, and we're here to help. And please join us if you can. Take a little bit of time, find somebody interesting to talk to, share your insights and thoughts for the day. And thank you all so very much for coming. This is important.